诺米茨又没办法去进攻了，只能再赌一波。而轮到了对方的这个进攻轮次，自己用兵法加滚筒去捡，没摸到，摸不到，摸了一下，好像只摸了一下，2下，2、3下。 1下2，
这波裸奔诺米茨乱了，
是时间已经到了，恭喜这个Blizzard 和 Talon 是2比0带走了这个比赛。后羿最后一张牌啊，没有使出来，
这里还是要冰一下
哦，是一个火球，还是有。这样子的话，看一下这个王子能不能进来。
这个胖子能打2下，而且有冰冻，
哇，
这冰
慢了，但是乔头这一波还是很凶，有没有机会？没有，防下来，先防下来，看一下，稍微卖一点血，不管怎么样，先卖一点血。火球一砸还可以，哇，这个飓风加火球直接把所有清场，对。 两边的血量差不多，但是时间留给力量哥并不是很多，只有20秒。超奇最后一波有没有？
房子下来，但是没把手了。
怎么说？野猪、游侠、滚木什么都上，刺客
不下房子，下不了了，他没费了。
有没有？
眼睁睁看到6费，我们要恭喜一下力量哥。
配合炸弹塔都是非常好解这个家居的。
对，
你不要想着火枪骑士打一波 combo 进攻，哎，这一波炸到了两个弹，那基本上只要守下来就结束了。 一把是带墓园的，一把是不带的，但是还是以这个胖子为主啊。这边渔夫先勾过去看一下，好像能挡住这个胖子。这样子的话，再用矿工去一挡，这样子的话，胖子锤了很多下，而右边这个暗夜女巫也进塔。 是，而且他们好像刚才单王也是。
这个猎人打了2下，
是非常的痛啊！这边还是胖子，火球砸掉，这边渔夫提早下的勾过来，利用小骷髅加猎人，这个猎人肯定是活下来了，因为火球是刚交过，这个猎人再奶一口，哇，2个满血。
对，这一波的防守就比较的教科书了。
This is the best Halloween ever! Nothing could spoil this. Uh-oh, meteor.
I'm sorry, what? I don't speak Gollum. Does anyone here?
Now this is the best Halloween ever. Oh!
Good video. Very good. I do hope the Blue King loses in this next one, though.
Subscribe.
welcome to Clan Wars 2! Your journey begins here. And what the...
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt
As I was saying... Oh, wait!
Hello? Everyone seems to have left. The king should never row himself. I'll just wait here, so send someone to get me.
是要滚木斩杀吗？还直接血球预判吗？
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼 만들어라. 네, 마무리됐습니다.
Still, the baby dragons are alive, and that's the ground roller.
他这个套式就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！スリーこう回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。Be careful, but still, Talon.
That tower's down so quickly.
再加入滚墨，
斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 Grand Finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova
タ
Esports.
イミング간의 경기는 오히려 탈론이었다.
PTG となりました。Hits against Game W. 優勝はハブゲーミング。
クラロワリーグイーストこのワンサイズ長期赛バイシジン頑張ります。このシーズンウイスト頑張ります。ファイティング。
And welcome everyone to Clash Royale League Asia full season. My name is Simon. With me, as always, G-Cliff.
You did it again.
What did I do?
East.
Clash Royale League East full season.
Boy.
It's force of habit, man. I wrote it down, Clash Royale League East, and I keep writing it down. And it
I
keeps
remind
coming back.
myself all the time, and I do that. So
It's
just like Rad and Yakitori.
They're the same person.
I know. And Ponos, talking about Ponos, they're doing super well. They're on top of the league.
5-1.
I don't think anyone's going to take them down, especially in the regular season.
No.
And top 2 goes straight into like the next round of playoffs, so that's a big plus for them. And very likely until like we have some kind of big upset, like Mugi suddenly not doing well. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
But I mean,
or KK losing any other games.
I was going to say, like, you beat Mugi, or Mugi goes on a slight dip in form and loses one. KK yesterday came out and proved that he still is
like, step aside,
one of
like,
the top
this chair
players.
belongs to me, man.
The one problem I think Ponos are going to have going into the playoffs is if they get down to a 5-game scenario, who would you put out in the last game? That's the only headache I think Ponos would have. But everywhere else, they look solid. Their 2v2 is great. Their 1v1 is just spectacular for 2 players. And Rad does his work too.
Yeah, not just Rad, Yakitori, Tengad, Reki Jones. A big roster for Ponos. That's why they are number 1 of the season for now. 5-1. That's a big. There's a big gap between 1 and 2. And you're pointing out as
last season's 1st and 2nd place are currently 7th and 8th in the table.
Yeah, WEDGM.
Not having the best of seasons, WEDGM and Fab have looked shaky at best. And even yesterday, WEDGM, even though they won, it was not a clean game.
It was not, but it's a start. It was their first win of the season, and we do start with their match again versus Talon. So let's see what happens. Again, another great big moment for Talon at the same time. And this is going to tell a lot about what's going to be ahead for WEDGM. Are they going to fall again and stay in that bottom spot, or did they really bounce up? Because we saw a lot of them trying something new, trying some different decks, and not really falling into the similar situation where they basically had their own trap set up, and I could tell that what they were going to play next time. Then, if I can tell, a lot of the players, a lot of the pro players, they're going to make use of that.
So I was looking at that deck. You're talking about the Ice Golem Dart Prince, was it Graveyard?
Yep.
I went and looked at that deck.
Mm-hmm.
Its use rate yesterday shot up by 6.
Okay.
Only WEDGM are playing that deck within the last week. It has no grand challenges. It doesn't have anyone on ladder playing it. It's a really unique deck.
If you put if you swap out Ice Golem to Knight, there are a lot more numbers in play in count. But with the Ice Golem, it's pretty uncommon.
Very uncommon, very uncommon. We'll see what they bring today, because they are going to be up first against Talon, as we've said. Talon are having a pretty good season so far, 3-2. Everyone's performing well. Not like a lot of people look at Talon and go, okay, you got Line. He's their star player. That hasn't been the case as much. Blizzard has definitely stepped up too.
Oh, yes.
And if there is one weakness in their 1v1, it's Geralt, who came in as kind of like this guy is really good. Trust us, he's one of the best Korean players.
He's supposed to be the savior for our team, and he's supposed to take most of the Kingdom Hill, or also become the one ace player for 1v1 spot, sort of like who they had back in the days for OGN as TNT.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be like TNT-ish for the team.
And I mean, TNT did eventually reach form. He did get good, but this is Geralt's second season. And I mean, last season, his regular season play style wasn't the greatest, but he reached playoffs and he just went ham. He went 4-1 in the playoffs in King of the Hill. He wrecked people. Can he bring that form into this regular season? Because if he did, I think Talon would be second place. I think they would be just underneath Ponos. As good as Nova have been this season, I think if Geralt can get on his game, I think Talon would be up there. Talon would be probably second, Nova third, but both would be, 4-1, 3-2, that kind of area. But I really do think the Talon team have been kind of dark horsed a little bit. Like, nobody really expects them to do well, but they're playing solid.
Yeah, most of the teams that has 3-2, Nova, Talon, Kicks, they're all playing today. They all have a match, so let's see what the numbers look like by the end of the day. And talking about 2v2, well, I think WDGM, they do have 73, but in terms of cleanness and teamwork, I'm leaning towards Talon a lot more.
I think Talon's 2v2 is incredibly solid. And they've lost one game so far. I think it froze as he was trying. Okay, there we go. Okay, so they lost to Nova. But since that loss, in 2v2, they beat Team Timing. They beat Kicks. They beat Ponos. They beat TTG. And, like, it wasn't like they were going against the worst 2v2 pairings. Sado, Greed, Radon, Raiki, Nuamichi, and Hui. They are good 2v2 teams. And Talon are making them look kind of jokish. And then you look at WEDGM, and their 2v2 isn't that great.
And not just because of the bans from yesterday, we're definitely moving away from those RG. And we are totally moving away from RG and Balloon.
So it's going to be Balloon and RG. G-Cliff.
That's basically
the two win conditions in 2v2.
The two most frequently used win condition in East for the season.
Do you think Talon are going to do what, was it Fav or Ponos did yesterday? It was Ponos, right? Where they banned Balloon but still brought that Lava Hound deck?
Twice in a row.
Do you think they're going to do that here?
There's a chance. I think the freeze is a pretty good chance, but you got to think about Tornado first. Giant skeletons out there, and with the Tornado, you basically wipe everything out with one death damage plus the Tornado. So you got to think of those options plus activating the King Tower. So lots of those baits are actually removed already.
So I think you're just left with Golem, Lava. That's it.
Or some of the faster direct pushes, like the Hogs, or if you're not really thinking of that at all, then when we had these kind of bans and Tornado allowed, back in the days, we actually had few Expo decks, 2v2.
Yeah, I remember those days. Dark 2v2 days. Anyway, it is going to be Talon's 1 crown and line in blue at the bottom, and WEDGM's Hire and Solomon in red at the top. Hire and Solomon, they've had a decent run of things. They're currently 3-2 in 2v2, which isn't bad. But WEDGM's issues lie in their 1v1.
With Tornado allowed and without RGN Balloon, what deck seems to be the best, Simon?
Lava Hound Golem.
Like when this comes, I think like beatdown is actually not too bad. Lava Hound Golem.
Lava Hound or Golem.
Oh, okay.
I'm not saying both. Lava Hound Golem is something
I thought you're insane for a second. There's the graveyard. Because Freeze has to be in for WEDGM, and we saw early uses of that spell.
Good snowball there, and some good damage done by WEDGM in just one graveyard. About 800 damage. That was a pretty successful graveyard for 2v2.
Yeah, with the poison and the giant skeleton taking the hits from the Princess Tower. Was good. I thought WEDGM was also might be considering just using the freeze. Getting some more damage done when they had the elixirs too.
Valkyrie. And another graveyard loaded up. This is very aggressive by WEDGM. Everything stopped at the bridge with that giant skeleton. And the skeleton dragons plus the Ice Wiz plus the Valk are going to make light work of that defense. And it's going to be a graveyard from Talon. And nothing over to tank for it. The goblins are there.
The freeze comes from Talon and the defensive log with a few skeletons. Doing extra work, not too much, about as much as what WEDGM was able to do in their first push.
A little bit more, but nothing really to shout ham about. But that freeze is good. Ice Wiz played at the back. Down to 1,306. Expect another graveyard to pop here. Inferno Tower is going to make light work of the giant skeleton. Poison defensively by WEDGM just to wipe those skeletons off the board. A couple of scratches here and there. But that was a good choice by WEDGM. They have the lead. There is no need to aggressively poison every time. They can risk using that poison on defense. Because look at this. Even without the poison, they're still getting good damage in.
Really good spawns from WEDGM, even with the Musketeer, Valkyrie, and the Skeleton Dragon. Talon actually taking a lot of damage from those, so they've got to connect their own graveyard. Couple of hundred, okay, good log. And following up with nothing else, still about the same, less than 100 difference now. And a defensive poison does come from Talon again against the graveyard. I think defensive poison might actually be a better answer.
Well, I think the reason why they're switching from offensive to defensive is they have a slight lead. So it's better to try and defend that with the defensive poison than get that extra little bit of damage. But we'll have to see here.
Oh, good pull with the tornado.
Freeze. And the skeletons at the back. The Musketeer is there trying her hardest. 4-4-4. 3-3-7. Is that Dartboard's going to connect? No, the giant skeleton is good, but 2-4-3 remain. And all we need is a poison and a log. And a little bit extra, I believe. There's a snowball. That was the little bit extra. And that is it. Hire and Solomon take game 1.
So even though Talon, I think they had a lot of good defense. Like the Valkyrie, Ice Wizard, Musketeer, Skeleton Dragons. All great tools against those skeletons spawning from the graveyard. But few of the Valkyrie placements I did not really fancy too much.
No, and I mean, Valkyrie is one of those cards. It could either be super effective against graveyard or it could be completely ineffective, depending on spawns, depending on, like, its position. A lot, as you said. But I don't think there was an issue with the positioning of it. I think the spawns were just heavily on WEDGM's favor. It always seemed to spawn away from the Valkyrie. When the Valkyrie's making her way over, another one spawns behind and she turns around. I think that is more important than the placement of the Valkyries, because generally the Valkyrie was placed all right.
And also Talon's Heal Spirit didn't really connect into like too many Skeleton Dragons, which led to like a gigantic push with the graveyard that could finish the game. WEDGM had such nice defensive spells and some good freeze to end up couple more 100 damage on the bottom.
I mean, where was that Heal Spirit? It was played and it just disappeared. goblins.
Sometimes we saw Field Spirit connecting too early. Like those logs were actually really good, leading at least 4 or 5 skeletons after the freeze. So kept them a good 100 damage.
And even when, like, you gotta feel kind of bad for Talon in this, because even when they defensive poison, they still took 200-300 damage. Because the skeletons were just spawning better for WEDGM. They were just closer to the tower. They get the hit. And even with the poison there, they're still getting that scratch.
Yeah, with the Valkyrie, they're at the bridge. They wanted to clog up so the Princess Tower is not locked onto it, but because... So they ended up using Skeleton Dragon and the Valkyrie together. I think they could just have one instead of both. Put one near the tower and one near the bridge. Like the Valkyrie at the bridge so it blocks the Dark Prince for a while, and the Skeleton Dragon taking care of those skeletons from the graveyard. So I think there was sort of a communication issue, or how many they wanted to focus where. Spreading those apart is always a better answer when there's a freeze.
Yeah.
I think those led into a bigger mistake for Talon in Game 1.
Well, we'll see if they can fix that mistake in Game 2. As Talon, line and 1 crown, look to continue their win streak in 2v2 against Hire and Solomon. Game 1 goes to WEDGM with back and forth graveyard plays. Graveyard freeze. The freeze never really was that kill switch that we've seen it become so many times, but it was still used super well. It was still used effectively enough to just shut down graveyard, to shut down the defenses.
Yeah, when there are 2 freeze from both sides, we end up just having a defensive freeze and offensive freeze, so it kind of neutralizes itself. But when there's one, and when you don't expect it the least, when that comes at the perfect timing, especially when your opponent doesn't have elixirs to defend against it, then it becomes a huge push. Like a one graveyard that could destroy the tower. But in this case, with that many poison and the anti-graveyard tools, yeah, the freeze didn't really do too much.
So it was a graveyard freeze versus graveyard freeze.
Talon had 2 heal spirit.
What do you think of the Valkyrie choice?
I like it. I actually love the Valkyrie choice when graveyard is actually a high chance with these with the balloon ban, RG ban in 2v2. But I think Valkyrie against the Dark Prince and the Musketeer, it survives for some time, but not as long as something heavier like the Knight or like the Giant that we could see. Valkyrie has its purpose, but in that game, it didn't really seem like it was the one key tool that can just destroy everything.
Well, we'll see if Talon can get a tool to do that with in this game, because it is 1 crown on line in blue, fighting to keep themselves in this set against Hire and Solomon, who are looking to close us out in a 2-0. And Miner from WEDGM straight out the gate.
Might be a different version of Graveyard from Talon, a little lighter with archers and goblins. And with... is it Lava Recruit Miner? Or recruits with some more bridge spam from WEDGM?
EQ. We don't get to see much EQ without the Hog Rider. Like, usually they're paired.
EQ signs a lot more of some balloons. We saw some balloon with EQ just to get those buildings out.
But it can't be balloon today because it is banned. Could it be something like Royal Hogs?
Oh, yes.
It'd be a bit aggressive with Tornado still out there, but it could be. Could just be Miner Chip at the end of the day. Miner comes in against the Giant Skeleton here. Musketeer at the back is just doing work. It's going to clean up nearly everything there. And 1 Musketeer on the right is going to get 2 shots.
And the Giant Skeleton just being 1 defensive tool for Talon. Doesn't even cross the bridge. And look at the damage. About a little bit more than 1,000 in total at the bottom. The recruits just forcing a lot of pressure in both sides. So I think that's partially because Talon, they didn't want to reveal their win condition.
Well, I mean, I wish they would, so we'd know what we're looking at here, because it could be anything. Yeah. Graveyard it is for Talon, and the Valkyrie is there to tank. The Fisherman is going to just sit there. Oh, the Heal Spirit to just get that Valkyrie back up and tank a little bit more. But a very ineffective graveyard in general by Talon there. They got like 200, 300 damage. And the log adds an extra 72 on top of that.
Just not too much, and the Ram was the reason why we had the Earthquake 4. And it's still straight diving in, and there's that Tornado for the pull, along with that Miner, so great timing from Talon. But still more damage taken on Talon's side.
Yeah, nice there, waiting for the Goblins to kind of just disintegrate to the tower before, you know, having that graveyard go down. Nice timing, but again, very ineffective. They're only getting a couple hundred per graveyard. And that's not enough damage for a 5 elixir investment like that.
I think next time they have to come up with the freeze of their own. Talon really looking for that timing. Again, the Ram Rider charges into the cage. It doesn't even need to because of the Earthquake.
Two recruits on the left-hand side make that a third. And this might be a small opportunity for Talon, but still not getting anything done with these skeletons.
Not too much, but the offensive poison is going to take those skeleton dragons out. So a couple of hundred again, along with the archers on the left. But compared to the damage, still not enough. I guess Talon's not holding the freeze this time.
Maybe they're waiting for the perfect opportunity. Fireball is good against the Musketeer. Misses the Baby Dragon though. Heal Spirit comes in late and is logged away. Giant skeleton play there. I think trying to catch the Miner. Finally we get that King Tower activation, but it might be too little too late for Talon because that bottom right-hand tower is down to 875 HP.
Yeah, you might just be right about the result of game 2 here, as WEDGM still on another push with the recruits, but this time no Ram, so they want to save up some more elixir for this push. Again, the recruits now, they go for an attack. They need to defend first against the graveyard. Here comes the freeze, and the skeletons did some damage, but the log taking most of them out.
But the difference is now, G-Clef, that's given them a lead going into the last 30 seconds. So that's going to be very... Oh, well, it's already deleted, but they had the lead for a very short amount of time there, and that just puts pressure on. We see instant drop of 4 skeletons. I think that's it. The skeleton dragons dropped exactly the same time, and when you open that opportunity for a freeze to come down...
Freeze poison. Well, WEDGM right before that defense, they committed basically everything with that Ram Rider, poison and the EQ, which did get the building, but the Ram Rider got deleted with no charge damage onto the tower. I mean, if they spent that much elixir, it was the time, the go sign, the green light for Talon to go with that freeze, graveyard, and everything on top to finish the game.
The graveyards in the early and even in the double elixir period were not good from Talon. They were very ineffective. But with graveyard, it is a switch. It does have that opportunity to just capitulate, especially with a freeze like that. With nothing splashing down on them, you get in the lead. Now, Talon are in the lead. This puts a lot of pressure on WEDGM to get something in, which they do. They get the EQ and the minor damage. Ram Rider doesn't connect. So, look at that. Panic. Double Skeleton Dragon. And when you present that opportunity to a freeze player, they'll take it every day of the week.
Yeah, if you can catch everything in that one spell, yeah, that's going to be an easy win for Talon, of course, with the skeletons. But right before that even, because Talon, they had extra tools, they had another tornado to pull that Ram Rider when the cage was not there. So, and from what I saw, WEDGM only had one Ram Rider, right? Double recruits, but one Ram Rider.
Yes. But the thing is, like, up until that final exchange, WEDGM were in the lead. They didn't need to invest too many more Ram Riders. They take one graveyard freeze, they're behind. They over-invest on their attack. That gets shut down. They did take the lead back. We're running out of time. They took the lead back. Talon just go, all right, it's all or nothing. Let's go. And they finish it with like 10, 15 seconds. If WEDGM could have defended that properly, we'd have been looking at a 2-0 sweep. But Talon put on pressure, which forced WEDGM's hand, which in turn opened up the opportunity for Talon to come in after defending that push. It's super smart to go as aggressive as they did in the end for Talon. They had to put on that pressure to make WEDGM slip up.
Do you think Ram Rider is still a good deck when Balloon is already banned?
I don't think... In terms of 2v2, I don't think Ram Rider is particularly great. I think it's good, but its use... It's beautiful on the defense more than the offense in 2v2, I feel like. It does shut down balloons. We'll see if they're going to bring it again as we go into game 3 here. But with the Ram Rider, I'm not so sure. I'd rather see Royal Hogs. I'd rather see something like maybe even the Hog Rider over the Ram Rider, because you're not going to be slowing anything down with the bowlers.
Yes, it's tough. So Talon, they do bring the lava, and immediately they had the tornado in their starting hand. Getting that activation is a big plus.
Especially if WEDGM are bringing something graveyard orientated.
Yeah, just against the miner,
they're not. They're going for the Ram Rider again, though. And this giant skeleton, that's going to be maybe a little bit too close for comfort. Not with that log, though. That bomb is going to take just the shields off the one skeleton and the brawler. Lava Hound did all right for its first push.
Yeah, you can't really have a massive push already with that lava before the double elixir time. And Talon already got the King Tower. I think the big part is the King Tower activation. And plus, they got to sort of find out that it's the Ram Rider again from WEDGM. Sort of in a different style with double Giant Skeleton now with Miner.
A lot stronger on the defense. And against Lava Hound, I think it'll be all right. It's going to help take out the big bodies, but it's never really going to get the pups unless you time it perfect.
Yeah, it's also a question for WEDGM if they have the tornado or not.
That lightning was a bit of an investment at this stage.
Yeah, well, I think Lion was just spilling elixirs if he didn't use it.
But that's big for just a cycle, you know? That's 6 elixir put down there. It's not going to hurt them in the long run, but an interesting choice. Just getting more damage on the tower. And here we go. Lava Hound played at the back for Talon.
Yeah, you do want to cycle and get that pull with the Fisherman. Talon's looking for that opportunity.
Oh, the Brawler is out of the way. The Ram Rider coming into the middle of the towers. Everything's getting shut down. They do take a little bit of damage, but nothing too heavy. But how much can they do? Miner used on the assassination attempt here on that Musketeer.
This push actually is a lot bigger than you think because the Giant Skeletons that time didn't really hit into any of the Talon's units there. Still, the Miner was on it. Defensive poison was, luckily enough, WEDGM has a defensive poison here.
Very aggressive. Lava Hound played right at the bridge, but that's going to be good just to continue putting pressure down on WEDGM. And that lightning just gained so much value here for Talon. I think that's going to be it. I don't think there's much that WEDGM can do.
Yeah, a few pups and a few extra spells. That's going to be Talon in cycle or with the extra spells, or a single lightning will also finish the game.
One pup and the Miner and a little bit of tornado damage just as a sprinkle on top helped Talon take game 3, and that gives the 2v2 set to Talon Gaming, who are 1 up in this match. First game did not go their way. Did not go their way, but game 2 and game 3 were just very, very solid 2v2. But the opposite can be said about WEDGM. That Ram Rider deck didn't work the first time, and then bringing a slight variation on the second time, it just didn't work again. It was good. The first time round, it did, it did work, but they got caught out. This time round, I guess they were thinking, all right, we won't make the same mistake again. But this time round, they just could not get to the tower. They activated the King Tower super early. Everything's getting shut down by the damage raining from the top of those towers. The Valkyrie just blocking everything up as well. And they had, WEDGM really didn't have anything that could take out the big air.
Yeah, one King Tower activation basically led Talon into victory. So if they put the cage into center, the both of the King Tower is going to be locking onto Ram Ladder, Giant Skeleton, which is a lot more damage than you think. And suddenly, Talon's defense just became so much easier.
Yeah.
And with that much elixir locked up in their hands, they could use offensive lightning, a few other lava, and the game from that moment, it was pretty much over at that point.
Yeah, and that super aggressive Lava Hound right at the bridge was a fantastic decision by Talon. Like, they realized that the tide was going in their favor. Let's continue this elixir wave here. We'll drop the lava at the bridge, and there's more stuff building up because they were defending flawlessly on their side of the field. I really like that 2v2 play by Talon. It was smart, calculated, and slick.
Yep, and also, so big question, and I don't like to pinpoint on the mistake too much, but do you think that minor position from WEDGM was because of all that tornado ban? Maybe they have just practiced too much without the tornado? Because you certainly expect that tornado.
Is there...
From the opponent, and then you just throw down the minor. It was actually towards the bottom corner, not
I think in a 1v1 that would be a safe spot.
But we're talking 2v2 pairs.
Yeah, man. I know. But I think maybe like old habits die hard kind of thing. Like they've been practicing a lot for 1v1. Maybe it's just like, oh, wait, I should have put it one tile up and it wouldn't have been pulled. Like, I know there's a difference in the way that you safe spot a minor in 2v2. But I don't do enough 2v2 with minor to remember. All I know is it's the top corner. It's always safe. Always go there. Never do anything else unless you know there's no tornado. Anyway, enough of that. We're getting into the King of the Hill. As you can see, neither of these teams have anyone in the top 5, but that's because the top 5 are playing out of their minds, G.
And Nova, we are going to have them in match 2. So, no worries, guys. We're going to see their faces very soon. But before we get into match 2,
Solomon is the only one, and that 42.9% comes on the back of those 2 wins yesterday. Legitimately.
And this is not including the 1v1 best of 3.
No, because even then it'd be even worse for WEDGM.
But Peace would be having some better numbers if that comes in.
Would he? No, he lost 0-2.
Really?
Peace lost 0-2.
He only won once with Golem?
He didn't play Golem yesterday.
Not yesterday, the entire season.
Oh, he's played Golem like 3-4 times. But we're not going to see him yet. It is going to be Wanga against Geralt. All right, so Geralt has not had the best season. We talked about that earlier. But Wanga hasn't had the greatest at King of the Hills either, G-Clef. 0-3. He lost to Hajime, Yuya, and Mugi. Not the worst people to lose to. Those are some of the stronger players in King of the Hill. But if he loses to Geralt, who also isn't the greatest King of the Hill player this season, who is currently 3 wins and 5 losses, that's like losing to Geralt is kind of a sign.
It's a big sign. And lots of Korean players, I heard lots of Korean players actually specifically playing lots of giant decks right now within the last 3-4 days. Let's see if Talon brings out any more giant pairing.
Well, I mean, he has brought the cheesiness of the E-Golems. He has brought Graveyard, has Geralt. Wanga really has played 3 games. One of them was like a bridge spam with the Battle Ram. He brought Graveyard, Barb Hut, which is super standard. And he brought the Royal Hogs with the Barb Hut as well, just the Musketeer instead of the Royal Hogs and the 3 Musketeer version. But we'll see what they bring. Wanga, WEDGM in red at the top. Talon, Geralt, blue at the bottom. Heal Spirit, Barb Barrel. All right, so it's going to most likely be Graveyard, I would say.
Graveyard and RG seems to be what Wanga has from the red side.
Of course, it could be Barb Hut in a couple of different decks, but usually we expect that Graveyard. I don't think you'd be bringing still could be bringing in Royal Hogs. Could be playing the Royal Hogs deck that Wonga played before.
There are some, not too often. Barba with the 3 Musketeer, which is super heavy. I think it was like 4.3. But other than that, it's mostly yes. Unless we see recruits, then we have something else.
Like, I'm looking at it now. Skeletons. Okay, he did. Oh, he did. So I think Wonga is playing the Royal Hogs. This is the same as the deck he played last time.
With the Fireball, yes. If it was Poison, which I think Geralt has Poison in this case, so that's a graveyard. Wonga is looking for that final key win condition card. What is it? A, graveyard. B, Royal Hogs. C.
For Wonga, definitely the Royal Hogs.
Ooh.
Told you. This is the deck he played last time round when he...
No, Geralt playing Royal Hogs.
Oh, Geralt is playing Royal Hogs as well, so they're both playing the same deck. Geralt, I believe, played this too. No, this is the first time he's played Royal Hogs this season. For Geralt. So Musketeer played very forward, knowing there's no Fisherman at the moment. Fireball does come down. That's going to clear up nicely here. Barbs into Barbs. Always fun to see. Slowing the game down to an absolute crawl. Wonga holding on to his win condition.
Yeah, it's got to be Royal Hog. It's basically the same. Let's see who controls more towards the bridge. And again, Geralt trying Royal Hogs again, second time. And actually a lot from the bridge. And he take out the Musketeer. I think that's the key.
Yeah, again, flawless defense here by Wonga. The defense is good. He's just not translating anything into an offense, because if that happens, Fireball just wipes out everything, G-Clef.
How much was that worth?
Too much.
Like more than 7.
It depends how much you value the 2 Barbarians, and it is the Royal Hogs from Wonga as well. 1 Hog does sneak through. That's going to get a hit or 2. Fireball doesn't connect to the tower, but a few more hits, and just like that, Wonga takes a bit of a lead.
Not by much. Not by much. And this game will mostly be about how much can you do with a single Fireball and how well can you keep that Musketeer alive.
Just like Wonga's push, Geralt does manage to get 1 Hog into the tower, and that is a very deep Royal Hog. I don't think that was intended.
He wanted to use the hut at that position. It's nowhere near where you want the Hogs to be.
Yeah.
And he had 10 elixirs.
Not the worst mistake.
Uh-huh.
It's going to be hard to punish something like that. That's a lot harder to punish than if you put the Barb Hut in the wrong place, for example. So not terrible, but not the greatest.
Yeah, good heal spirit timing there by Geralt right there. Got a good trade with the Musketeer.
Fireball comes in against the Musketeer, and I think it just hit the Musketeer,
yeah, no
right?
hut, not the hut. Didn't see the HP go down.
A slight misplay there. Things are starting to unravel on Wanga's side of the field with these misplays. We'll see if Geralt can capitalize. Fireball's crossing in the night, and again,
good.
Geralt is getting connections into the towers. You know who isn't, G-Clef? Wonga. Wonga is not connecting these into the Princess Towers, and with 20 seconds left to go, it's important to get that tower damage. This is go time, G-Clef.
17 seconds. 1800 remaining, but what else? Wonga needs to put in extra Fireball or more.
I feel like Wonga's expecting this game to go on for another 5 minutes because he just never really turned into aggression. So here's the thing. Geralt realized at a certain point in that game, every Fireball I release from here needs to connect into the tower, because we're getting down to time. I don't think Wonga was aware of the time he was at, because otherwise he would have played more Fireballs into towers.
And that was also because Geralt placing Barbot 1 tile higher,
so you can't get the
compared
value.
to compared to Wonga most of the time, and also the Musketeer, which Wonga just about 2-3 times had the Musketeer coming from the center, not from the side. So the Fireball connected into the tower, Musketeer, and the Barb Hut. So those were the different Fireball choices that were made between Geralt and Wonga, which led into this, not by big margin, but big enough to get a win in this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one time it was looking good, but again, he missed the tower. I think maybe sacrificing the Barb Hut and trying to take the Skeleton
the Barb
Dragon
Hut one
shot?
more towards the left compared to this one, so you can't get the tower together.
No, what I mean is, like, don't get any damage on the Barb Hut and just go in for the tower. Because you know you're coming down to this situation. Fireballing the Barb Hut isn't exactly the greatest amount of value you can get.
Yeah, if you connect your Musketeer to the hut, that's great, but most of the time, because of the number of barbarians and everything else, that's sort of clogging up left and right.
But I mean, those fireballs were going down the back of the tower, the back of the hut, where the barbs don't spawn. If you're getting the barbs and the Musketeer, okay. A Skeleton Dragon in there, that's like cherry on the top. But he wasn't getting that. He was getting a Musketeer and damage on the Barb Hut, which isn't going to be enough.
Yeah, sometimes in these type of play, you actually want to leave the hut, so you get more barbarians, so you can stack more Musketeers and the Skeleton Dragon on your side.
Well,
so you create a bigger push.
It's the Sparky mentality.
Yeah.
Something like a Tombstone or something, you know, like the Barb Hut is good for a Sparky player because it just holds back your Sparky forever. And it is going to be, I think that's higher, right? I missed the name coming up.
Yeah, it's higher.
It's higher.
It's higher.
So higher hasn't had the greatest of seasons. 1 win and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 losses. So 1 and 5. The one player he beat was Huyi, which was yesterday. And he's lost to Hajime, Yuya, Mugi, Sado, and Boss. So higher not having the greatest. Yesterday he did win with the Ram Rider Cannon Cart deck that's been knocking around with the Royal Recruits. And then in the second game, he played that Ice Golem Graveyard deck. And we were kind of confused by that. It was a very interesting deck choice that WEDGM decided to bring yesterday.
Which was cool, but in terms of result, not so good.
Yeah, it's nice to see something left field. However, you know what's not nice to see? It losing twice in King of the Hill.
Winning once. No,
it didn't even win once.
And yeah, and Solomon,
Solomon was like, okay, we practiced that deck all together,
yes,
but I'm not going to play it.
Yes.
And that's what actually got WEDGM the win yesterday, is because Solomon decided to play something not that. So what are you expecting to see from Higher and Geralt in this one? Are you expecting maybe Graveyard this time around from Geralt, or are you expecting E-Golem so he can get a guaranteed game 2?
Let's see how much focus they have with the Royal Hogs. WEDGM in pattern, if the first player plays a deck, let's say let's say deck 1, the second player plays something else or the same, or if second player played something else and he goes back to the deck 1 that the first player played it. So there's a good pattern that WEDGM every week or every weekend, for a specific matchup, they practice 1-2 decks that they think they can go against really well. But the results so far this season, last season that worked really well, but now everyone knows about it.
Yeah, everyone's figured out the patterns. Well, can we see if Geralt has figured out the WEDGM pattern as he goes against Higher, who is in red at the top, and Skeleton cycled at the back for Higher here. Knight, I think it's going to be Graveyard from Geralt.
Fisherman Skeleton. This is just a plain RG. Are we going to have that Hunter with the Fireball, Heal Spirit?
So Higher getting that Fireball value.
And this from Geralt looks like Graveyard because of Knight.
Oh yeah, it is Graveyard. Ooh. Could be Hogs again.
Yeah, with the Heal Spirit.
No, it's RG from Higher. Okay, so the RG comes in. What does Geralt have to stop this? He's burned the... He doesn't have anything. He burned the hut very early on. Higher realizing that probably won't have anything to defend that. And took advantage as Geralt tries to take advantage here with nothing to stop this Graveyard.
Ooh, 500, not too bad.
Not terrible. The Hunter at the back definitely doing work though.
And Snowball did push it out of the way so the skeletons could do some more damage.
I think it was more just to slow it down to a grinding crawl, but one hit in there from the Barb, a couple of pellets from the Hunter. No Fireball this time round for that. Just cycle another Hunter. What's he going to use to defend a Graveyard if it comes in now? Is this the time for a Graveyard? Not with the RG coming down. Barb Hut?
Just the Hunter.
Good heal spirits coming through.
Oh.
Snowball pushes it out, but look at the damage on
That
that bottom right
hurts.
tower. Geralt doesn't really have the tools to deal with this RG in a super effective manner. The Bob Hut is not what you want to use because you're already at a 1 elixir disadvantage. It doesn't take it off the board quick enough.
But you do have to set it up so that the RG can't come at the perfect time where Higher wants. There's that poison, which is pretty good, but the heal spirit, bringing it back up.
And here's another RG. When you got those skeleton dragons on that Barb Hut, the Fireball this time catches the tower and the Barb Hut, and it just opens the path for this RG to take that tower down into Fireball range.
That's
what
it.
can Geralt do? I don't think there's much unless there's just a miracle Graveyard out of nowhere. Higher using the Fireball on defense, knowing he has this game by the neck.
That, if he just used it at the bottom, it was going to be game over. But Higher
playing safely. Things haven't gone WEDGM's way, so
just
gotta
cycling.
respect that.
Yeah, just in case it was a graveyard timing because it was literally before the game end. So Higher just cycling once again. And if you take out RG from that cycle, it's super cheap. Close to like 2 point, like not even 2.5.
Gotta appreciate the defensive thing because we've seen WEDGM season so far. We've seen that they've got into those positions where it looks like they're gonna win, and then they just don't defend properly and suddenly it's a 2-tower game or they lose. So using the Fireball on the defense and just extending the game by, what, 15 seconds? No big deal. Higher takes out Geralt here. Geralt never really could get those graveyards down, could he?
Only once? Or twice?
Once.
Once, which did about 500 damage. Plus the poison was actually
Look at that
okay.
skeleton dragon. That's the sweet spot right there. That's what you hate to see when you're playing against skeleton dragons. It's just when Flying Machine gets in there as well.
I was actually just thinking about that too.
But yeah, Geralt clearly was not expecting RG to come out of Higher because he just didn't have any defensive tools to stop it in its tracks.
Yeah, even if there were some chance of RG, not at that time.
Do you want to know?
Higher actually went aggressive.
Do you want to know why Geralt didn't bring anything to stop RG? That's the first RG game from Higher this season. Out of every game he's played, that is the first RG from Higher. And that's the kind of thing that we talk about when we say, like, you know, the players and they do the research, and sometimes that benefits them, sometimes that hurts them. It showed that Geralt was not expecting an RG deck from Higher.
Yeah,
Otherwise he would have bought Fisherman Hunter.
Let me look it up. I think it's been a long time since Higher actually used an RG deck.
Well, it's definitely not this season.
There's one. I
This
see
season?
one. The
Last
first
season.
match, 1v1. Match 1, 1v1, Higher. Did have a win with an RG Fisherman.
I'm going to double check this.
Yeah, week 1, match 1, 1v1. That's what it says on my Excel.
Because it was Royal Hogs, not Royal Giant.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll double check that too. For a second.
All right, this is where this is where our friendship ends, G Clef.
I have Royal Hog, but that was King of the Hill.
All right, I'm checking.
Let's go back to sheet. Let's go back to all the sheet, and I'll be saying stuff on the screen, okay? And we have line.
Okay, week 1, match 1. He played Loon, he played Graveyard, and he played Graveyard again.
1v1?
In the 1v1 against Expo Master, where he lost 2-1.
Okay, then I have something else.
Mike dropped G Clef.
It's from No Tilt.
All right, so Mike.
There's my excuse.
Mike has been dropped. Okay, it is going to be Line coming from from Talon.
When did he move teams?
And talking about no tilt. Line was the no tilt champion.
Yep.
His stats in CRL were not the greatest. He's not doing particularly well in the 1v1s. I mean, right now he is 2-4. So not showed it in that tournament, but hasn't really showed it here now.
And he used a lot of the standards. And Tornado Master so far, but not using that many Tornado with the Graveyard combination.
So he's used
Motorcycle.
Lion has used RG twice, he's used Minor, and then he used Graveyard 3 times in a row. But as you said, with that barrel, maybe not. And it's Cannon Cart from Higher. Is he going to be pairing this with a Golem? It's definitely possible. There's the mortar from Line. Ram Rider from Higher. So it is Ram Rider Cannon Cart. Just going straight into a Goblin Gang. That's going to get shut down after a charge hit. Okay, I thought that wouldn't have got a hit. But 2 mortar hits come in, and suddenly that advantage that Higher managed to get with that 1 hit is completely evaporated.
Yeah, the best feeling of the game when your mortar releases the big boulder just before going down. As a mortar player,
I wouldn't know. I don't play buildings. I don't play mortars. Don't play Expo.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Golem. Okay, Mr. Golem.
Hey, man, I've been playing Graveyard this season.
Okay, ex-Golem player.
All right.
Hey, at least you're not an E-Golem player. I'll give you that.
I thought about it. It's not high enough level yet. Okay, 1 minute and 30 left in this match. Cannon Cart cycled at the back. So, G-Cliff, how are the players going to win in here? Do you want to give us a quick, brief summary before?
Like, Line, like, there has to be a point where Line might just switch into defense. I think he already did. He's waiting for the Ram Rider, so that's why he's not placing the mortar in an aggressive position. And just looking for that switch timing. So far, Line just being on defensive mode. Not taking much. Ooh, that 2 could have been disastrous on the left bottom.
So yeah, Hire's looking for windows to get those Ram Riders to connect, but it's not just the Ram Rider. We've seen this season, Cannon Cart has proved to be a fantastic, aggressive tool. Because once it locks onto the tower, it just does so much damage. It is relentless. That mortar is very low. This could be an opportunity for Hire to put something down. Skeleton Barrel, played on the right-hand side there. Mortar in an aggressive position is going to lock onto the cage. Then the archers, but they're going to get logged out. Cannon Cart played very high up.
But
He's
still,
going to switch.
it's still a pretty good timing as Line comes up with his own knight to keep that Musketeer alive. So good back and forth. A protection right there.
Yep, splitting 4 and 2 because of that Musketeer. Do the Royal Recruits. And there is that Ram Rider. The drop damage comes in. I think these Skeletons are going to pretty much finish her off. Especially with a log and a Musketeer in the back. Not the best of Ram Riders from Higher. Brawler played up front.
And Line is taking this Musketeer down as he knows that Ram Rider can come anytime. And there has been more damage on the left now. Higher going towards that right side without that mortar pull.
Firebolt to push her back. Necessary evil there. The Musketeer closes that out. And I mean, Higher needs to get something done. Line can just sit back and defend because he never really takes too much damage from things. And he has the advantage here, especially with more Spear Goblins getting those connections. 1007 there. It's not looking good for Higher, that's for sure.
And those plays were actually made without playing too much of the aggressive mortar foot position. Line always saving tools. And with 1 log from Higher, not enough to take out everything in the ground. So Cannon not likely going to connect anytime soon. Even the mortar.
This is taking damage. One hit. No.
No. Just before the connection. It's taken down by the Musketeer plus the help of the other Princess Tower.
Yeah, and look at Lion. He's constantly getting these connections through with those logs, with everything else. A log from higher here. Will that get death damage? No, but one skeleton tried to be the hero. Fireball comes in, does connect onto the tower, connects
seconds.
onto the cannon cart. And it looks at this moment as if Lion has this in the bag. Higher needs a miracle to get this tower down. One hit from the Musketeer. Fireball, it's not gonna be enough. And just like that, Lion takes game 3 in this King of the Hill. What do you think Higher could have done differently there? Should he been a little more aggressive with his Ram Riders? Should he been
much? Actually,
should he been more aggressive with the cannon carts?
I think there were some moments where Higher could have just had recruits all the way from the back and gather more elixir so the Ram Rider can have more power with cannon cart on the other side. So you literally have like a 3 Musketeer push, left and the right together at the same time, which gives Lion an opportunity to actually lock in a mortar at the center or left or right. So it was Lion had different responses to answer against Higher, and Higher kept on just throwing same questions over and over. So Lion had an easier game, which could have been a lot harder, still somewhat in Lion's favor because of all those goblins. They're blocking the path, taking all the snare damage and so on.
So basically what you're saying is split push could have helped Higher with Ram Rider going down one side, cannon cart going down the other.
I think it
Wham
could have...
bam, thank you ma'am, you're asking a difficult question for Lion to defend.
Yes. So your Lion could have had a tougher time defending near perfectly because it seemed like a big push left and right all the time. But one mortar place and lots of those fireballs just landing on the Ram Rider made it near perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, this here, the Ram Rider going up against a very healthy Musketeer. And is that the best answer he had for the skeleton balloon? For the skeleton barrel? He had log, he could have just logged it out. Take the death damage, log it out from the beginning instead of trying these Ram Rider
if you
things.
log out the skeleton barrel, then the goblins are going to be the problem. He was using the log against the Musketeer and few goblins, the gang or the spear goblins, which I think was a fine cycle, but he couldn't really pull more from his cycle. So, somewhat of a favor for Lion in that matchup.
Yep. All right. What I was going to say, it is Solomon coming up in game 4, a repeat almost of yesterday, except you changed Wonga for Peas. So Higher wins one. So Peas lost first yesterday, then Higher won one, lost one. Solomon finished out with 2 wins in a row. This time we have Wanga first who loses, Higher who gets 1 win, 1 loss. And it's on Solomon again to try and close out the King of the Hill. Yesterday he managed to do it with the cannon cart Ram Rider deck that we just saw. And then he did the second one with... Oh, wait, that was Higher. I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Solomon, he did it with the bandit hogs, and he did it with the loon. So, do you think he's going to do that now? Minor loon? Do you think he'll bring another Royal Hogs?
Minor loons are good. I think it's in a pretty good position where you can surprise the opponent. Because Minor Loon barely comes out once every maybe 15 games, I would say, maybe 20 games. Like, we have 1 Minor Loon per weekend, or even less than that. But Minor deck's certainly gaining some more popularity. We've seen some more Royal Hog Minor, or Giant Minor.
Yeah,
variations.
Minor's role really did shift with the recent changes, where it became... It had like kind of a rebirth. Because it started off this season as an assassin. You were using it to snipe out Musketeers. You were using it to distract and try to open ways for anything that you want coming in, such as RGs, loons. Now it's gone back to very much like it's going to be a little bit of damage onto the towers. And I got to say, it's an interesting life cycle of Minor right now.
Yeah, it's different, but I would say it's still worth playing it if you really know the matchups and minor how well you can actually control. Also depends if your opponent actually has a tornado or not. That could change the game a lot, but oftentimes even without the tornado, it's because of fishermen, not just the tornado. That's also a reason why we don't see that many minors again. It's kind of crazy what fishermen
has done to the meta, yeah.
Even without the tornado, man.
But I gotta admit, I love the fisherman.
It's
one of my favorite cards in the game.
hard to cycle, but if you know how to use it, and if you can win against your opponent using the similar stuff.
Does Solomon have a giant skeleton? Because this would be a good time to play it. No, he doesn't. Okay, so it's going to be RG from Line. And Fisherman Night Witch.
Dark Prince with a giant, or let's hold on just a second.
All right, Hunter played here to try and clean this up off the board. The Log does a good job. Heal Spirit does come in. That's going to give a little bit of a second life to the Night Witch, who dies to Tower Fire. Fisherman beats up his best friend, the Hunter, and it's going to be the Golem.
Golem Fisherman
from Solomon, which
piece
puts him in a lot of trouble. What is Solomon going to be able to do against this RG? The Fisherman's not going to be enough.
Yeah, pulls it for better defense, but Solomon's not really cared about RG as much. As long as he takes some damage, and the Golem stays strong.
Which it does. There's the bats
Line
on
has
the
his
defense.
own Fisherman, though.
This is going to be... Oh, what a lightning! I was going to see that's going to be a King Tower activation, but that lightning was clutch! That timing was insane on that lightning. Look at the damage he got done!
He was basically... All he had to do was release. He had lightning prepared. He knew that Fisherman was coming.
And he knew the positioning. That's insane!
Still, the Golem was able to do so much more. And it's an RG.
All right, Solomon doesn't really have Elixir to defend this. The bats might actually just finish off this
it's gonna be
tower.
A tower down.
But it is a Golem deck. Maybe he's going to go for the 3 crown, but bringing the RG straight into the position he needs to instantly activate onto that tower there is a little uncomfortable, to say the least. Fireball isn't going to catch that Heal Spirit, which is going to heal everything back up the Night, which is off the board. This is tower down for sure. Is it going to be a 3 crown? That is one very healthy Golem at this stage.
Yeah, Solomon's going for that 3 crowns, loading up a second Dark Prince and the Night Witch behind the defensive Fireball right in his face. Is that enough with Hunter?
Solomon might need to pull back on this one. I don't think he's going to be able to finish it this push. And he doesn't want to overcommit and overspend here because he'll find himself weak
Pocket
to
RG.
exactly that there. Pocket RG. The bat's distracted by the Dark Prince. Does eat 2 hits from that RG though.
The next Golem can come, but it might be too slow. Might be too slow. Line's going to try that Pocket RG again, and that just might be game, you know?
It's going to put him in a very, very rough
And Solomon
spot.
plays the Fisherman already. Oh, no. And the RG goes once. Twice.
It goes twice. It almost went thrice. Are we going to see Pocket RG? No, he's going to try and tank up with the Bar Barrel. That's actually a really, really good shout. Unfortunately, nothing else connecting
I think
in
he's waiting for the lightning timing to finish the game with the King Tower. Solomon, never mind, not locking up as much. There is that Fireball.
He's just going to have to keep throwing everything in, but the Hunter is just too cost efficient. That Hunter
and the RG
is worth about 300 Elixir at this point, and the Fisherman just ignores the RG here, and that is game.
Yes.
Line takes game 4 and closes it out for Talon.
Smart play by Line right there. He knew that Solomon was holding on to Fisherman to pull it into King Tower instead of the Princess Tower. So great play, loading the RG from the bridge. He basically tricked out Solomon. It's an outplay there.
Solomon did so many things right, but Line was just righter.
Do you think he should have just load in the final golem, or was that way too late?
That would have been a death sentence.
Okay.
It would have been an absolute death sentence to try and drop another golem. I mean, it was pretty much his only option. He could have put it in the pocket. Okay, what he could have done is put it in the pocket to take aggro from 2 towers and then put everything there. Because he did have a relatively big push and then he used the barrel to do it. If he had the elixir for the golem, that would have been the better option.
Yeah, right before where Line had the pocket RG. And Solomon played that Fisherman.
Look at this. That's a thing of beauty right there. That was just perfect. But it wasn't enough to get the tower down in one push. But it did significant damage. And you think, all right, Solomon has a very strong advantage coming into this. But he lost the tower. He couldn't defend the RGs after he plays down those golems. And it's just incredibly difficult to break through and take out that RG in an efficient enough manner. Here, perhaps he should have saved up and loaded on another golem there instead of playing the Night Witch, which might have helped, but maybe that was an overcommittal.
Or just use a lightning instead, so you take out the hunter.
Yeah, and I mean, the Fisherman was a little bit misplayed there, and Lion is the MVP of this. 4 wins, 1 loss. He does get 3 crowns overall, and we'll be back after a short break. And welcome back, everyone. We just saw Talon overtake Nova in the tables. They beat WEDGM. Again, WEDGM's woes continue. They just seem to be getting worse and worse. I don't know what they can do.
They need to heal up first. I think their bruises are still all over the place. They're aching all over the place right now with their deck selections. It's quite unique, somewhat off meta, but on their own. It's like they formed their own island somewhere.
Yeah.
Off from the big CRL East continent.
Maybe they have their own Clash Royale like server that only they play on, and they only play each other. And
Private
it's like,
tournament.
Yeah.
Or 50 gems.
It has to be something because like the decks they choose, it's either super meta or it's super off meta that legitimately no one has played over 6,000 trophies.
And it doesn't seem like super creative, and it's not like how we see decks from Blizzard or sometimes like Expo Master or some of Southeast Asia or Kicks players that does bring like some Dark Goblin instead of Archer or Musketeer. So it's somewhat out of. It seems, to be honest, it seems very old, out of fashion.
Yeah, 100%.
That's how it feels, and I think that's the reason why it's not really working that well.
Well,
if they really brush that section and put in like some fresh new cards with more idea, I think it can work. But that's the reason why WEDGM is still having a tough time at the bottom of the table. What you're looking at.
It's funny that you say this kind of old-fashioned. They are one of the oldest teams in the league, with only Wonga being born in the 2000s. Everyone else is 90s and 80s, which is Peace 89. Okay.
What's wrong with 89?
Everything is wrong with 89. 87 is the best year. Okay, it's gonna be Nova versus Fav coming up next. Nova Esports just dropped down to third place because Talon overtook them. Nova has a chance to take back that second place. Fav Gaming, on the other hand, are legitimately fighting for survival. They are not playing well this season.
Yeah, Fav running into tough opponents yesterday. Ponos, today, Nova. So it's been an uphill challenge for them, and they really need to grab a win because last season, seasons before, like in history, they have been always one of the stronger powerhouse in the regular season, especially Jack defeating 2-3 members. Even before Expo Master, I mean, they're having so much of a better result. For some reason this season, they're not the same. It doesn't feel like the Fav that we know before.
Yeah, they've definitely slipped. Jack especially. Hajime's come in and has tried to do what he can. And I mean, the guy is 7-3 in King of the Hill. 7-3 in King of the Hill, and your team is 7th? That's insane. That just shows that Hajime is trying to pull his weight where everyone else in Fav hasn't. And I'm going to be blatantly honest. I thought Fav were going to be incredible this season. I thought their 2v2 was going to be solid because it's Kensumeshi and Katashian. I thought their 1v1 was looking fantastic. It just has not gone their way in a similar way that WEDGM. It hasn't gone their way either. Looking at the key players, Jack, solo win rate, 28.6. That is not what you want your key player to be. And Jack, when he plays well, is one of the best in the world. But when he's not even the best player in Fav.
So, not just 1v1. It really starts from their 2v2. Out of 5, only 1 win in 2v2, I believe.
Yeah, out of 5 games, they only won 1, and that was against Hire and Solomon.
Yeah, 2v2 in terms of set, they've been losing a lot of that 2v2.
They did, Jack and Kitashian did manage to beat Nuomichi and Hui. But that is the only W I think they have in 2v2.
Everything else is a loss in 2v2, so they really have to start it against it. But so far, Nova seems to be okay, but still they're coming up with lots of different duo. I think Bob can certainly go up for a challenge.
I mean, Nova is one of the biggest teams in the league in terms of just sheer player number, and then you look at the quality they have. You got this guy on your screen now. The essential founding member of competitive Clash Royale in LCOP.
The core.
And Little
the
Chen.
Concrete rock.
Yeah, and Little Chen, who is basically
his friend.
His little brother.
His comrade.
His little brother.
He's everything.
Yeah, his little brother. Like, Little Chen seems to be molded from the same cloth. You know, he's cut from the same cloth as LCOP. I like the pairing, LCOP and Little Chen. Together, they played twice. They lost 0-2 to Team Timing, and they beat TTG 2-1. We'll see what it is. And we're going back. El Clasico, they saw what just happened. They saw, okay, all right. When you don't ban Tornado, things get a little bit weird in 2v2. So let's double ban Tornado just to be safe.
Of course, Simon is...
They don't discuss their bans before the match. It's double blind ban.
A double blind ban day before. So, and usually it's Tornado. Last match was very unexpected, but
I appreciated it. It's a breath of fresh air when Nado gets in.
Oh yes, and in this case, when like the balloon's out there, RG's out there, then I think Ramrider has a better chance of winning, a much higher chance of winning.
Yep. Well, we'll see what happens here as Fav Gaming go against Nova. Fav really need to get their season into gear, and this would be the perfect place to start that. If they can take out the second place Nova, now third place after Talon's victory, that would be a huge season boost. Nova really need to win here though. They need to solidify their position. They have quality in 1v1. Their 2v2 is solid, but every now and then they just fall a little bit short.
Let's see how they manage to defend against Nova's Graveyard. Already locked onto Giant Skeleton, so the Musketeer plus the Log limits it to less than 200, about 200 damage.
Yeah, good defense. Is the Husker... no, it's not. I was going to say the Hunter going to get anything. We have double Graveyard here. Not exactly what we'd expect, but not bad nonetheless. Good defense there. Look at that. Nothing taken from Nova. And that bomb cleans that push, which is why Giant Skeleton is just so good. G-Clef in 2v2.
I think we should nerf the radius on the death damage or something.
I just removed the death damage, it'll be fine. Okay, another Graveyard coming in from Fav here. Defensive poison down from Nova. And again, next to no damage taken, one hit. Insanity.
Yeah. And good heal spirit to keep that Fisherman alive. Yeah, good teamwork from Nova there. And the Musketeer, had to throw down Skeletons. It was going to hit the tower directly.
Yeah, and it would have been nice because the slow from the Fisherman still affects, so the Musketeer would have been able to get maybe an extra hit due to that slow. Would have been nice. Unfortunately, wasn't. And we have another Graveyard this time from Nova. Defensive poison from Fav. One hit comes in. And that's all it's going to get from the look of it. One hit again.
And a pellet from Hunter.
Yeah, and that
not much.
This is a very, very tight back and forth Graveyard game between the two.
But Bridge already locked from the Giant Skeleton. Thought they're hiding something else. It must be something crazy like
There's
a blue.
A freeze from Nova. The Skeletons are getting work done. Fav have to snowball there.
So having no Giant Skeleton for Fav is costing them a lot. There's no big body other than the two Knights.
Well, they completely concede the bridge. That's the biggest problem of not bringing Giant Skeleton into 2v2. They're just conceding that bridge.
Oh, the Skeletons!
That's so much damage. Can those Skeleton Dragons get a bit of splash damage? No, 308. It is almost over.
Yeah, Poison Log freeze will be very close to a finish there.
Nearly everything.
And a cycle with a spell will be game going towards Fav. Going towards Nova, I mean Fav, trying their last push with the Graveyard.
Will there be a freeze here from Fav?
It has to be, right?
No, they go for the aggressive poison, and there's the freeze, but it's a bit late. All the Skeletons are already gone. And that is it. Nova take game one in very, very convincing
So
fashion.
no giant skeleton, even though it was not banned. But instead, they brought a lot more knights to have quicker cycle, to have a less elixir average in their cycle, which didn't really end up working.
No, and one of the problems with that is like Giant Skeleton deletes everything when it dies. You know what doesn't delete everything when it dies? A knight. It doesn't have any extra effect. The death damage on Giant Skeleton in 2v2 is super important at this level of competition. Because if you allow your opponent's defense to become their offense, you're going to be on the back foot every time. Fav Gaming just didn't work today. It just didn't go well.
Yeah, in game 1, certainly, and they were waiting for the freeze timing
too long.
Way too long. I thought they had some chances when the King Tower was not activated, and also
they were only carrying one freeze. It was a one freeze game. The other card that was hidden from Fav was an Inferno Tower.
And then they end up just using the cage.
Yeah, I mean, here, like, Fav just let so much damage through. I mean, Katashin's sitting on 7 elixir there. It's hard to say. And then the problem is, like, that. They committed the baby dragon on the defense. It doesn't go across the bridge due to that giant skeleton. They got nothing really to stop it. If they had their own fishermen, they could have, you know, maneuvered the giant skeleton out of the way. But they didn't have that. And this freeze is just pointless. There was no skeletons there. It was a desperation move that came too late.
Yeah, way too late if you really wanted to win the game. And Nova, before that, Giant Skeleton helped a lot. Don't know why they ended up not using that Inferno at all. Because first we had Cage. That's understandable when you just don't have the card in your hand. But they had more than 2-3 cycles for that Inferno. One Inferno lock.
I don't think the Inferno would have made much of a difference. I think a little bit, but they dealt with the Giant Skeletons pretty well regardless. Even with the Inferno Tower damage.
Yeah, and Nova had some pretty good fishermen, like pulling the Musketeer or pulling few of the targets out of the way and keeping that giant skeleton alive in their own side for as long as possible. So those pretty good 2v2 moments.
How would you feel about this statement, G-Clef? In 2v2, if you're not going to bring your own giant skeleton, you have to bring fishermen.
I agree. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's a pretty solid opinion of going into 2v2 because you literally want the bridge unless you're playing like a bait. Unless you're playing bait, which you don't really care about the bridge clogging up or the death damage from the bridge because your attack directly goes into opponent. But before that, even Graveyard, because Graveyard, the architecture comes from like the Baby Dragon, the Knight. The reason why you bring those bodies is because you want those bodies to be locked on from the Princess Tower.
But we've seen in 2v2 a lot where they will do that change and they'll bring the giant skeleton instead of the knight because it just works, G-Clef. I feel like if we'd have seen Fav Gaming with their own giant skeleton in that game 1, we'd have seen a very different game. I feel like it would have been a lot closer.
Yeah, or just one less knight because it was double knight and switch out to fisherman as you mentioned. One knight, one fisherman.
That could definitely work. Like, you need something to just move that giant skeleton out of the way because if it dies, your defensive push is gone. Well, we'll see what changes Fav Gaming are going to be making in Game 2 of this King of the Hill. Can Elsiop and Little Chen close out set 1 2-0? Or will Katashin and Kent Sameshi have something to say and bring us up to Game 3? We'll be finding out relatively shortly as both sets of players look like they're ready to go. Remember, it is going to be Nova in blue, Fav in red. Elsiop and Little Chen against Katashin and Kent Sameshi.
Do you think Fav will bring the same with different like spells and maybe some?
No, double barrel.
Okay.
Double barrel's a bit of an aggressive shout at this point, but Yeah. I think it's going to be something like that. I think Nova might bring the same, though. So it's 2 barrels so far, 2 Goblin barrels, that is from Fav. We see the Japanese teams, they used to play this a lot. Back in the old days of Asia.
Even before the Skeleton Barrel existed. So with that pull, actually he locks onto the Giant Skeleton.
Yeah, but there is defensive poison, and that Skeleton Barrel going down the right-hand side. There is not a lot to defend, and Log. Okay, it is going to be Snowball for Nova there.
Yeah, Log, Zap, Snowball, Bar Barrel, anything's fine against those skeletons. Fav, they do have to be careful with their own Fisherman push. A pull on the Mega Knight.
Interesting. Yeah, you really don't want to play the Fisherman at the back. We all know that. We've all been there. Dark Goblin played in a very good defensive position, but still going to take a couple of scratches from these skeletons. Dark Goblin alone is not enough there. 1864 on that tower. But the Dark Goblin survives. And we all know what Dark Goblin does best. And that's just lay down a world of hurt on anything.
If you leave that small creature alive, man, will bring down a lot of units by itself and also do some damage.
And that's what we mean about the power of Fisherman in 2v2 against these giant skeletons. Just opening up the waves, and look at the damage getting done from that Goblin Barrel.
They had to wait for that timing because
They
no Log this time, only a Snowball.
Yeah, maybe they should be carrying 2 spells, but it doesn't matter. They go in with a Graveyard. The Giant Skeleton up front, the defensive poison. But that Giant Skeleton almost got to the tower. That was close. Last minute Mega Knight there. That could have gone horribly wrong. And a second Graveyard coming down from Nova. On top of that, the Dark Goblin there to defend again. The Skeletons are good. Mega Knight goes down. 1-0-1-6 on that bottom left.
And the second Graveyard didn't really do too much because of that Dark Goblin. Comes the Goblins with the Stabby Goblins. A couple of hundred. Actually, not at all. It was the Fireball damage in the tower.
Yeah, but the Fireball got insane amount of value. It got 1 Skeleton Dragon and 1 chunk of that Musketeer, but the Musketeer did not get hit by the Giant Skeleton damage, and that's big. The lock comes down on that Goblin Barrel this time round. Offensive poison from Nova is chunking that damage down. Hunter is going to shut everything down here.
Nice defense as Bob still having about 400 HP lead on that top left. But still, Nova continuing to push with their own Graveyard again and again.
Yeah, this is where Fav can kind of run away with it a little bit if they can take full advantage, and another super late freeze there, this time from Nova.
And a lone skeleton from the Graveyard almost seemed too lonely. With no further damage after the freeze. Let's see what happens after, because Fav, they're certainly taking this with lots of baits. A few hundred more connecting at the bottom.
Look how uncomfortable Fav can make it look for Nova. They're timing their barrels to perfection. One will pop, and you give an uncomfortable timing. But that freeze is good this time from Nova. Is that going to be enough? 366. Not this time. The Dark Goblin wakes up from that freeze. But another Graveyard comes in. The log isn't going to catch the Dark Goblin again, but the Dark Goblin kind of walking away from everything here. Have to use a barrel on defense. Snowball and poison. It will be enough. Fav Gaming take game 2. And showcasing just how good they can be when it comes to Goblin Barrel, Skeleton Barrel in 2v2. They make it so hard to defend.
Oh yes, especially when you only have a log and a snowball. Snowball zap doesn't really kill those goblins from the barrel. It brings them super low, but you still take the stab.
Yeah, and the way they were timing it was so that you'd have to take 2 stabs from the goblins-ish if you just leave it and wait for that Skeleton Barrel to explode. I loved the timing of these 2v2, these barrels that come in. This is, I think, the one time where it was, yeah, there, 2. That's how uncomfortable. And they were doing that every time.
Almost every time. And few more.
This time, 1, 2, again. The barrel was a little more delayed that time. If you'd have left it, it would have got 3 stabs.
but it's still worth because you're getting the skeleton barrel death damage, which chips in all the time. And Nova, when they do not have that log, you need that log to remove the dark goblin. That's one thing that you need to bring it down, or an offensive fireball or a poison on your own. But because the dark goblin was oftentimes spawned from behind the king tower, it couldn't be in range of that poison.
One of the most important things that Fav Gaming had was the bats. So that graveyard freeze came down. Bats came down as soon as that was as soon as that freeze was down, bats are there, and they legitimately saved that tower. If it wasn't for the bats, if the bats had got frozen away, if there was a poison on top, that tower would have been down. So good play by Fav, not over panicking and throwing it down at the same time to get caught by that freeze. They were a little bit more patient. The freeze comes down from Nova. Bats survive, clean up the graveyard.
Yep, and oftentimes, and when there was freeze, it came right after the freeze, or the freeze didn't really catch all of it. It was away from that dark goblin all the time, so great adjustment from Fav. You think they would only try that once, not twice?
Which?
Fav. Double bait.
The double bait? I mean, now you put your opponent in a bit of a difficult position, because if you do bring it, you'd expect your opponent to have an extra spell to take care of it. You'd expect a bar barrel or something like that. But if you don't bring it, but your opponents think you're going to bring it again, they're going to bring extra spells where you can take advantage of that. You could run a deck that doesn't really care about an extra bar barrel or two. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do. I have a feeling Fav are going to play it again. Even if I don't think it's the right decision, I think they might go again.
And then all of a sudden, they make Nova Esports bring a few more, like a bar barrel log or a zap. Then Fav Gaming goes lava.
I was just thinking that lava would be an excellent shout. Make your opponent on the back foot, bring an extra spell to get rid of those skeletons and goblins, and then bring something that really does not care about the ground. Well, we'll see what they bring as Fav, Ken, Sameshi, and Katashian in red at the top against Nova, Elsiop, and Little Chen. Game 3. Game 1 went the way of Nova. Game 2 went the way of Fav. Game 3 could go either way at this point as the teams just slowly start out cycling cards and
nothing else.
Generally waiting around. Giant skeleton. So the first move made by Nova, and Fav return in kind with a giant skeleton of their own.
With a musketeer following its back. Let's see what else Nova is focusing on.
Fisherman there is going to
could be the same graveyard-ish. Or with the lumberjack on the balloon loading onto the left side, and Fav is ready with their Ram Rider snaring it down. Even with that rage, look how slow the balloon is.
Yeah, that was great play, but it seems Nova are just prepared for this because they bring a bomb tower of their own with the lava loon. I'm excited to see how this one plays out, G-Clef.
If Nova can actually get like a balloon connection, they need some big spells like lightning to remove the Ram Rider or to stun it and get it down with some extra damage.
I mean, there is the other way of thinking about it, which is if the Ram Rider is Fav's main source of damage and they're not playing it, that's good for you.
Okay, Fav, they do have 2 Ram Riders.
That's going to get deleted by the Hunter. Yep. That's going to get deleted. That's going to get deleted. It's just back and forth with the death damage here. But that is a pretty healthy Fisherman on the left-hand side. Going to get a couple of fish slaps in as we see the Lumberjack now, and giving a couple of extra bodies to try and get this balloon through, and it's going to work. The Musketeer, the Baby Dragon is going to be enough, just enough there. And that's a giant skeleton walking straight towards the tower. What do Nova have to defend.
Ooh, that actually was in the range, and it just got out of the range with that Hunter spawn.
Yeah, the skeletons didn't survive very long in that poison, so they had to burn another card to try and stop that. That could have been very, very dangerous. And in this part of the game, very little damage coming through.
No, but this time with the Lumberjack not spending that balloon, and Bob not falling for their trick, not using the Ram Rider, just waiting for that perfect opportunity to go against the balloon.
Well, not only that, the Lumberjack really did help on the defense. That Musketeer just ate through the Baby Dragon. Super fast speeds. So, not terrible. Giant Skeleton played there. Expect the Fisherman maybe to pull it. Yep. Little bit dangerous here. The balloon played on the right-hand side. The Ram Rider is good, and there's not much there, but the freeze comes in. Fireball to move everything around. Is he going to get to the tower? Snowball is there, and another snare on top, even with the Heal Spirit. It doesn't get a connection.
The EU is right there, Fob, saving the day from connection there. Just the death damage again, and we're only talking...
Oh, but this is big. That's a very healthy Baby Dragon that snuck through for Fav. 14-45.
Get all the way down there already.
That was some phenomenal balloon defense. Against even the freeze from Nova, still managing. The snare just so overpowering against the balloon. We're going to see it again here as that Ram Rider tries to get through. Stuck at the bridge because he can't get past Giant Skeletons very easily.
And then the snowball comes for the knock against the Ram Rider, so both teams playing it really well, but Nova did take some more damage. Final 30 seconds in the overtime. So far, the Ram Rider has been one perfect tool against the balloons.
There's a
with
freeze.
the freeze.
Ewiz comes down, and that is just good enough. Doesn't even matter if all this gets cleaned up. It looks as though Vav are gonna take it here. Nova just cannot get through with these balloons. And a second Ram Rider, even with the freeze, a snowball to push it back, and that is that. Vav Gaming take game 3. Kitashian and Kensameshi finally get a set win this season. And that last game, game 3, showed why they are a very highly rated duo, because the defense against those balloons with the Ram Riders was perfect every time. Even when you freeze everything up, they still defended perfectly.
Was literally Nova Esports, they were 100% countered with Ram Rider slowing it, Cage pulling the balloon, and the E-Wiz.
I mean, what could Nova have done besides like fly to Japan, take Kitashian and Kensamesh's phones, throw them out the window, fly back to China, and finish the game? Like, I cannot think of a way they could have won that one.
Within 5 minutes.
Yeah, supersonic travel, man. We all know it exists. Okay, so look, you're like, oh my god, it's gonna hit the tower, it's gonna hit the tower.
Whee!
Bowled right in front. Ewiz there. Even though it got the Heal Spirit, it still didn't connect. That defense from Vav was just exceptional.
Yeah,
and that
one connection would have been Nova win. Or two, like the edge, like last tick spell game. But because of their near perfect and double Ram Rider here, expecting the snowball to come. Beautiful defense, man.
Oh, that is textbook defense on how to take out double loon in 2v2 with a Ram Rider deck. Because we have seen Ram Rider decks fall to balloon decks. I can't remember when we've seen it, but we have seen it once or twice this season.
I think Tornado was allowed.
No.
Well, I think I'm thinking about the previous season or last year.
Well, I mean, there was no 2v2 last season, so it would have been last year.
Yeah.
Sorry,
draft.
Sorry, G-Clef.
Triple draft. Remember the good old days.
The good old days.
Was it good old days?
I don't know. All right, so that does take us to King of the Hill. Fav Gaming have the advantage. That was a return to form for Kitashian and Kensameshi. against very tricky opponents. LCOP and Little Chen are very difficult to deal with. One of the things I will say is if Little Chen is going to come out in the King of the Hill, we have seen that kind of one loss ruins his day. Like, he never really comes back from a loss.
Yeah.
He's one of the players who I think struggles with mentality the most out of everyone on Nova, because last season we saw it. He was flying high. He lost once or twice, and then the rest of the season he kind of bottomed out, and because of that, Nova finished dead last.
That's totally true. That you're on point with that, and Little Chen, because of those results, his 1v1, it's at the bottom.
But then we look at the rest of Nova. Two of their players here, LCOP and CRS, are in the top of the charts of King of the Hill. 4-0 for LCOP, 3-1 for CRS. I mean, just unbelievable. His 3 wins came for CRS when he destroyed Kicks, and his 1 loss came against KK. But look at that, everyone is 50% or higher on Nova. And then you look at Fav and you're like, well, they only have 3 players who are 1v1. And 2 of those are in a bit of a slump right now.
And you're talking Jack and Expo Master?
Jack and Expo Master in a slump, G-Clef. Capital S, capital L, capital UMP, man. They are in a slump.
You know how to spell.
Kind of. So it is going to be Hajime coming out for Fav Gaming in Game 1. The one highlight, essentially, in King of the Hill. Expo Master is 50% win rate, 2-2. But it's just not looking good for Fav Gaming this season. Compared to last season, it's like looking at a completely different team.
But they were able to bring the 2v2 win today. And let's also keep our eyes on if that changes their playstyle at all coming into King of the Hill, because they have less pressure.
But I mean, they've won those 2v2s before. Oh no, they haven't. They've won one before?
Yeah,
only
before? One set of 2v2.
Sorry, I saw they've played so many 1v1s at the end, and I was just like, well, their King of the Hill isn't that great. But then I forget that Hajime all-killed WEDG, and then he all-killed Kicks. Expo Master finished off Team Timing. I mean, they can string together results. They gotta string it together at the same time. And we've completely ignored Rain here, G.
And it's not Jack or Expo Master playing Hog Rider. It is Hajime.
So the last time we saw Rain, he did bring Royal Hogs with just the Musketeer and the Barb Hut, not the 3 Musketeer version. And with this right now, though, G-Clef, what are you thinking?
Cage Log. Musk and a Bandit Royal Hog. This with the Mega Knight is my guess.
Hajime most likely has EQ with this Hog Rider, you thinking, G-Clef?
It's with the Fireball, so this time I don't think so. But only with the Cage, it can actually be an okay deck for Hog, but depends on the Cage timing.
Bomb Tower it is. It is going to be the Bomb Tower version for Hajime.
So both having excellent tools against each other's win condition.
What are the 2 versions of this deck? There's the Bomb Tower version and there's the Inferno Tower version, right?
Yeah, and one without the Fireball, and instead it's EQ. Which was the more common version, but it depends.
I mean, last season we did see a lot of this Hog Rider deck with Inferno or Bomb Tower. That was the main split, even with keeping that Fireball. This time going for the Bomb Tower is an excellent decision. Whoever made that decision today deserves an absolute pay rise, because against Royal Hogs, you want the Bomb Tower, not the Inferno Tower.
100%. So much easier. Well, I think Bandit needs to get an early push. Oh, this Hog.
Fireball comes in, is going to catch both. That's good, 1 extra hit. Oh, the Bandit sneaks through for Rain.
Woo. I thought the Skeletons was going to come much earlier.
Yeah, he tried to catch it with the Knight first, missed, and then the Skeletons just weren't quick enough. Takes huge damage there. But this Mega Knight is going to activate it. Doesn't get the hit, but look at the lead that Rain has right now, 1191. Assuming Rain could just hold this on for the next few minutes, he's going to win. He doesn't have spells to finish it off. That's the only negative thing about the deck that Rain has brought with him, is that he doesn't have the Fireball. He doesn't have Rocket. He doesn't have EQ. He doesn't have tools really to begin a spell cycle. Log just isn't powerful enough to do that.
But the Royal Hog might get some scratches. Because of that King Tower activation, I think Rain is saving up elixirs for defense only in this case.
Snowball is good. Hog Rider doesn't get a hit though. There it is. So this is going to be pretty dangerous. Bomb Tower comes down. Log is good.
Log.
But that Mega Knight is still very healthy. Knight has to come in. It's going to heal. Oh, not quick enough on that heal.
The Hajime needs a big Hog Rider hit, and unless Rain makes a huge mistake in this matchup, I don't think Rain can really make a big mistake. Unless we have like a cage placement issue.
I mean, Hajime made a pretty big mistake to allow those, like, what was it?
The Bandit?
The Bandit into the tower. And it's going to do it again!
Oh, the dash!
The Bandit did it again. Hajime just not being on top of these Bandit catches today. First off, he missed it with a Knight and Skeletons. This time he just didn't have anything to stop it. Hog Rider comes in on the left-hand side. Mega Knight is there with the Bandit dash. That's going to defend it nicely. 1-3-7-8 against 5-8-3. There are 30 seconds left. The Royal Hogs essentially are doing nothing for Rain in this game. It has been all Bandits. But again, good Hog Rider catch with the cage. One Skeleton Dragon's going to finish that off. 149 on that top right-hand tower now.
And less than 20 seconds left in this overtime. Log has been one good tool for Rain. He's going extra aggressive. 77 left, cage in the defensive mode. Fireball and the Snowball. Hajime tries his best at the last moment. Just not enough, and Rain, with 1 second left on the clock, is going to finish the game.
That was an incredibly back and forth game until Hajime let that Bandit through. That Bandit connecting into the tower, the first Bandit that connected into the tower, really did, it caused a massive tonal shift in the way that Hajime was approaching the game. Because before that, he was very strong on the defense. As soon as that Bandit comes in, there's kind of a, not a panic, but like a more, there's more desperation in his play. Because he needs to get damage done to bring it back to even so he can play that solid defense we know he plays so well.
I felt exactly the same. Before that moment, Hajime, Hog Rider, getting one hit per attack, he was saying, okay, one each, I can stack this up and probably win the game like that. But because of that Bandit slip, the Skeletons coming a bit late, and one more Bandit, which was sort of forced by Rain, because he had his log right before that Bandit, allowing those Skeleton.
Yeah. I think it's this Bandit here.
I think, yeah, with the...
Yeah, it's there. Double dash. He had 5 elixir to play with. He could have caught it, just probably wasn't expecting it to be that quick into dashing.
Yeah, some Bandits are just out of nowhere. They just dash 1, 2, 3. It's like connecting dots on his own, on her own.
Just
320, man.
So I really do think the shift in that game happened after that first connection, because we've seen Hajime's defense week in, week out. When he wins games, it's because of his defense. This time round, he had to go offensive because he was behind. And he couldn't really make it work. So I think Rain played it perfectly. He played the perfect amount of aggression to just like off-step Hajime, put him off guard, make him on the back foot more often, like unbalance the way that he approaches the game. And that is essentially why Rain won. Rain takes game 1. Game 2, it's going to be Jack or Expo Master. We know it. You know it. If you don't know it by now, then you haven't been watching FAF Gaming this season.
But because they have been going down a step a lot, most of the time, maybe it's time for a switch.
don't think
Someone
so.
else, like they've got to start trying something else. I think it's now or never.
It's not never.
That's the reason why we have Jack. Jack's got to step up. That's going to be the future, the hope, the wish for Fob Gaming.
Jack hasn't stepped up this season. He's 2 and 3. If you include the 1v1, he is 2 and 5. His last win was against Famous Kid, where he bought Graveyard, Musketeer, Baby Dragon, Night Skeleton, Barb Hut, Barb Poison. Don't know if he'll be bringing that again. Like, Jack made his name with fast cycle decks. We're talking like Goblin Barrel cycle,
Wallbreaker Miner, Hog Riders,
2.6 Hog cycle. Like, that is his bread and butter. But this season he's been branching out a little bit more. It's not really working out for him. Is it time that he goes back to the baits, just to get into a comfortable rhythm of winning games again? Because right now it's the cadence is off for him. He's not playing well.
Yes, certainly moving out from the meta, and he showed last season and the seasons before that he can also play some balloon decks, lava decks. There are lots of options out there, and the war has begun. See that fire.
Players just trading off a little bit of cycle here.
And then we wait until minute mark.
It's looking like what it's going to be, and this is definitely a Fob Gaming special.
Which? The emote battle started, guys.
Why is it so basic?
And no one has won. The game just became so much better with new emotes. Remember the old days where we only had like like 10 emotes, 8 emotes?
I personally like picking all the obnoxious ones, the ones that make the most sound. So like the goblin giant dancing and the skeleton playing the guitar. Those are the ones I go for. Yeah, those are the ones I go for. I go for the obnoxious ones. Also the princess whistling. And I always do that one at the end so that it matches when they go into their loading screen.
You know what I really don't like? The log. It makes a similar sound of a real log. And I sometimes actually get tricked when I'm like falling asleep or something.
3 IQG clef plays right there. 3 IQG clef plays. All right, we're getting down to this 1 minute period then.
What is it that they've been waiting for?
Who would you say has won the emote battle? Before we get to double elixir, I think Jack. Yeah, okay.
Because the Goblin on Fire is always a barbecue man.
All right, so it's gonna be Barb Hut from Rain. He could have played that about a minute and a half ago, and then would have not made any difference.
And then he suddenly brings a bowler.
Anything is possible. So don't forget, the Barb Hut really does slow down your opponent's pushes. And RG going on the left-hand side when everything has been committed pretty much on the right for Jack, but he has elixir to play with. The bomb tower comes down. The Barb is there. And that's a good defense from Jack.
Yeah, with the bomb tower. Let's see when, let's hold on, and when Jack is able to really have one good push. Is this the timing with the Knight? Setting up Baby Dragon all the way back. Rain's sort of ready with this.
That's
and a great
good fireball.
Great fireball catching Musketeer Knight and the Baby Dragon together so that no graveyard can come this time. He's ready with that Barb Hut all the way back there.
Yeah, he has read that it's most likely going to be graveyard from Jack. There is still a possibility of something a little off-kilter, something that's not particularly inviting here, because I think he would have played graveyard already, but most likely it's graveyard. So Rain's just taking the precautions, putting those Bob Huts in the back on his weaker side.
I think Rain sort of thought about RG on the left, but did end up leaking out some elixir and put that Barb Hut in the middle.
There's the RG. Is the bomb tower good? The bomb tower is good. Musketeer is going to do what it can from the side, but that RG is definitely not connecting today. But that Barb wants to change that story. It's not going to. Musketeer in the middle is going to clean this up, and we've had the back and forth trade. Rain again decides to put that Barb Hut at the back to try and stop this from coming in, but this Graveyard is good so far. The Barb Barrel has to come down. Couple hundred damage getting done here, and it's still going down. 1020, 839. Musketeer 658. Jack takes a commanding lead with 45 seconds left.
Commanding lead with 0 damage taken from the top side. Here comes another RG. Is on Jack ready with that bomb tower this time, even with that bar barrel soaking in some damage. So this might actually get one. But Skeleton's on a defensive build. Here comes another Graveyard from Jack along with that poison. He wants to finish the game soon.
This will be good. That is a good fireball though, but just the defense is not there. Will this Musketeer connect into the tower? No, 1407 remains on that bottom right, and this Royal Giant push has to get a lot more damage done, but the bomb tower once again, perfect positioning. It's gonna get a hit. No, it's not. Almost perfect defense. Only the fireball getting through for Rain. And that is the Jack we know and love. Rain takes his headset off early. Is like, I have already lost this. Jack played flawlessly. We were talking about how like down Jack's performance has been, and then he puts in a performance like that, G-Clef. That was so good.
Yeah, before that fireball, 0 damage.
0 from an RG deck that was just piling on RG after RG. The bomb towers were good. Just everything about that defense. That was phenomenally defended by Jack.
So yet Jack had some incredible cycle. When the Knight was needed or the Skeletons needed for extra damage for the RG, just make sure that Rain cannot get a single damage. He was always spending right amount of elixirs for defense.
Yeah, not just that, this Graveyard was just so potent. The Barb Hut maybe a little bit misplaced to try and catch it, but look at that. Both Barbs move down to hit Skeletons, which opens up the path for that Musketeer, who just went ham. If it wasn't for that Musketeer, I think Rain still stood a chance. He was finding it hard to break through, but it would have been a lot closer. Now that you have this much HP left at 30 seconds, you just have no chance.
Yeah, and this poison catching most of everything except for that Musketeer, but still goes down to the trading Musketeer of Jack.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal defense from Jack. Offense-wise, he took his chances. He found 2 windows for a Graveyard, and he made the most out of both. So D-King comes in this second slot. Last time we saw D-King, he did lose to Mugi, but before that he did beat Rad. So not the worst of days for him.
And he did have an all-kill, I believe, this season.
Yes, against Team Timing. He beat Nuri, Sado, and then Greed.
We have a new player in the field, man.
In that all-kill, he played Graveyard with the Ice Wizard. He played Royal Giant, the basic version with the Skeleton Dragons, and he played the Mortar Skeleton Barrel deck that's been knocking around. Since then, when he lost to Famous Kid, he played Royal Giant Hunter. Then he beat Rad with the same deck, Royal Giant Hunter with the Fisherman Barb Barrel, and then lost to Mugi with a Graveyard with the Ice Winds. So far this season, basically playing 2 decks. Is he going to bring one of those today? And if he does Jack know about it?
Oh yes, 100%. 100% those 2 are the most likely decks. But this actually would be a really good matchup. Taking a master of the 2 most frequent deck for himself, and Jack, who can also bring his own Ice NATO Graveyard.
So D-King is 4-2 for the season in King of the Hill. Hasn't appeared in the 1v1 sets, but it's not like Nova get there very often. The only time they were dragged there was by Team Timing when Nuri finished it off against CRS. So maybe today will be the day that we get to see another set of 1v1 from this Nova team. Because they do need to win this King of the Hill to keep their match alive.
Or is today the day finally for Fob Gaming and a massive comeback for Jack himself to have that big 1, 2, 3 wins and close out the series and the match for Fob?
If Jack gets the all kill, we're going to see a very different Jack week in, week out from here. It's going to be the bump he needs, most likely, to continue these streaks. If he loses now, we might see the same, more of the same.
Yes, but from just watching the previous game from Jack's play, I think he's got it. That's what I'm feeling today. But
He looks a lot better.
Yeah, D-King is a tough opponent, of course.
This seems to be the season with the most all kills so far. I feel like King of the Hill.
And the most amount of 2 zeros too.
Yeah, King of the Hill this season has just flown by. Like, teams just getting all killed left, right, and center. I don't think there's any team who hasn't been all killed or all killed their opponent. I'll check that, and I'll let you know next week.
Okay, you've got some time before next week.
It's a lot of research I got to do.
Monday through Friday.
It's going to take 10 seconds a day for the next 5 days for me to get the answer to this.
All right, we're in game 3. Jack again in the top in red, and D-King from Nova in blue at the bottom. We're just waiting until Heal Spirit comes.
Most likely just cycling through again here. D-King, I don't know if he'll want to wait, because we saw what happened when you make Jack wait. He tends to think through the rest of the game. Every 5 seconds that passes, he's already 10 seconds ahead of you, so kind of scary.
What do you think he will bring this time? As we've seen some hogs from Hajime.
I think D-King's
a lot of graveyard.
D-King's board RG again.
RG.
I think this is RG.
Just like Rain, or a different version.
That's hard to tell off one card.
Yeah, you can have RG with some Fisherman
but
Hunter.
It'll be the Fisherman Hunter Skeledrag, I think.
Instead of the Cage.
Yeah.
That's
the deck he's played the most this season. So we could see that. And from Jack, I mean, Skeletons could be one of a billion decks. He's going to play Expo.
A billion?
He's going to play 2.6 Hog Cycle. He's going to play
3.1 Expo.
3.1
2.9 Expo. The Icepo.
Basically
with
anything
the rocket.
under 3.3 Elixir, it probably could be that.
Or, oh, I think it's got to be something heavier. Okay, here comes double Elixir. Sparky.
Oh!
Goblin Giant.
Is it going to be the Goblin Giant or the Giant version on this deck? Baby Dragon played at the back. It is going to be the Goblin Giant version.
Seems like Jack just has a graveyard. The Baby Dragon, yes.
Oh, Mini P.E.K.K.A going down the right-hand side. Jack needs to defend. Skeletons are there, but he's going to have to eat some damage.
Oh, good zap on the right, so Knight has to come to defend.
Defensive Graveyard doesn't take out the Sparky, and now this is very uncharted territory. That Sparky's very healthy. It's going to kill the Musketeer, and now is it going to be able to get through? No, the Bomb Tower does get the hit.
Yeah, so D-King wanted to push just a little further, but the Bomb Tower ready just in time. Jack did spend a lot of Elixir defending against the Mini P.E.K.K.A, but not bad.
Yeah,
Not
now he's
too much damage taken.
Now he's got this push to deal with. He has the Skeleton Dragons, but is taking a lot of damage. The P.E.K.K.A not really going to town. And then it just walks right up next to the tower, meaning the Baby Dragon that is currently targeting it does get splash damage too. 1631 on that bottom right-hand tower. And it looks as though Jack might just win again here.
Yeah, that Sparky all again charging up, slowly waiting for that graveyard timing. Jack, I think he wants to push with the Baby Dragon. Just wanted to soak a little more with those skeletons. Keep the Musketeer alive, and the poison brings down Nova. D-King's Musketeer, 2 shots into that tower.
D-King just eating so much damage here. What can he do? He needs to build a very strong push and then let that Mini P.E.K.K.A go down the opposite side. But once Skeleton Dragon does connect Rages there, Sparky connects into the Knight. Big Heal Spirit on that. Skeletons, he can just load up with Summer Cycle, but the Zap is there! And that's a big hit for D-King! It's 144 against 180 though. Poison will finish it off. Jack wins it.
Oh my.
What happened on the right-hand side? Everything was going on. D-King looked as though he clawed his way back into the game, and I completely missed what happened down that right-hand side, G-Cliff. What happened down there? Did you see it? Were we just so focused on that Sparky under the rage trying to get to the tower?
How many eyes do you have?
3.
I have 2,
4.
so I can't look at both sides at the same time.
I got 2 eyes in my head, and I got 1 on my forehead, like TN.
Yeah, right.
It's just the eye that sees everything.
You're gonna go bald too?
All right, so the graveyards were great here. This mini P.E.K.K.A. though, an absolute liability here. Look at that, splash damage into the tower. And you're like, all right, we cool, we gravy. It's a musketeer, isn't it? It's gotta be.
Think so.
It's a musketeer. It's always a musketeer. Musketeer either helps or harms you. Yeah, it is. So musketeer left alone. D-King was clearly like the rest of us here, where we were just so focused on that push. Poison comes in. Jack throws out the good game, and then I think D-King realizes he's just like, oh,
what happened to my tower?
Right, yeah.
My Sparky got a shot, but I took more damage? What?
Jack is on absolute fire right now, but this man, 100% win rate this season, 4-0. And we might finally get to see him play more than 1 game in a row. He does need to take out Jack. And if he takes out Jack,
Expo Master.
Can LCUP do it? Can LCUP keep Nova Esports dream alive? Remember, if Nova lose today, they do go 3-3 and join Team Timing down in 4th or 5th place.
I think 4th.
I think they have a better record, right? 30. How do you have 30 crowns? 30 crowns. That's insane. Being 3-2 and having 30 crowns.
Must have got a lot of.
And then you have Talon. And then you have Talon, who are like now 4-2, but before today they were 3-2 with 20. That's a huge crown differential.
10 crown difference.
Huge.
Did Nova just have more games, or was it just more crown games?
More? No, it's the same amount of games as Talon. It's insane. Okay, LCUP is coming up. LCUP this season has played RG, he's played Loon, he's played Royal Hogs. So, LCUP is a bit of a mystery this season. He's played a big role in King of the Hill. Are you going to sort yourself out there?
Keep on going.
All right, he's played a big part in King of the Hill. But his role this season has been bit part. He comes in, he does what he needs to do, he closes out games. I mean, he got 2 kills against Talon, he got 2 kills against TTG, and then we've only seen him in 2v2. Is it time for Nova to start leaning on him more? Is this where they decide their season needs to begin? It needs to continue because they've done a lot of experimenting. They put a lot of different people into King of the Hill. They put a lot of different people here, there, everywhere. Surely by now, decisions have been made of who is going to carry this team forward in the second half of the season.
They have a lot, and they can surely go through their big 6-man roster. They also have CRS, also have AUK, who actually surprisingly has not been playing as much as I thought in week 2 and week 3 and even week 4. We have Rain, D-King, LCUP. This is a King of the Hill roster that I didn't really expect. We even had CRS doing having some really good all kill. So I think they're still rotating a lot before we actually go into round 2. There's some room and they're still doing really well.
Yeah, but now they're facing...
There's AUK.
They're facing the end of the line against Fav Gaming. Jack can complete a sweep of Nova Esports if he can take down LCUP. And the way he's playing today, G-Clef, that is not out the realm of possibility. He is looking really good.
Yep, and the reason why we're waiting for some more time is because Nova actually asked for a timeout. LCUP, you're thinking Yeah, just talking to the coach because, yeah, before the game started during timeout, you can talk to the coach and talk about the deck, what he's going to play on that stage.
Maybe it's like a Winter Soldier situation where there's like buzzwords that, like, you know, you read into Elsiob's head and he just enters like annihilation mode.
The red light, go.
But no.
And he turns into Clash Royale robot, man.
Every time he hears pancakes, just like
Pancakes.
Elsiob enters
Mini
like a new...
Mini P.E.K.K.A mode.
Yeah, he just plays a Mini P.E.K.K.A. Mini P.E.K.K.A goes pancakes, and Elsiob just goes, like, just gets that blood vision in front of him. He just... I'm gonna murder everyone and everything.
That's dangerous, but Jack looks like a hurricane today. He's a category 5 right now.
He's on a tear. He's made Rain and D-King look like they don't even practice Clash Royale. That's how good he has been today.
Oh.
Can he continue it?
Here we go. This is the matchup. Expecting high quality. The highest quality of the day.
Skeletons.
Oh my god.
Just over the top
One
react to
elixir
everything.
more. One elixir spent from Elsiop.
2. And it connects. Oh my, so much damage. Oh my goodness gracious me.
91 damage. Ice, it does the same amount of damage as the Ice Spirit guys.
OP.
Same spirits. We need more spirits. Skeleton spirits. Supercell loves skeletons.
Skeleton spirit?
Like skeleton dragons.
Yeah, but you
Skeleton
can't have a
barrel.
skeleton spirit. What would it do? Explode into 3? That's what the skeleton barrel does, dude. Okay, bit of back and
RG.
forth. It is going to be RG played very early.
And the Ice Graveyard with the tornado. With the tornado, it seems like from Jack with the cage, though.
Elsiop getting quite a bit of damage with this RG 1772, but has opened up a window. But the Hunter is good. The Skeleton's played right up front. It's just going to help defend this. And Elsiop takes very little damage from that. He gets the better end of this transaction.
And the Hunter. Oh.
Elsiop has an elixir advantage, a damage advantage, and a deck advantage, I would say, at this point. But double elixir can change everything. You put the RG at the back. He's planning to cycle to another one up front.
Yep, he knows that Jack is holding onto a tornado, so he wants the RG back-to-back attacks, so it leads to at least some damage, instead of just wasting a single RG.
Hunter gonna help take out that. There's the tornado. Unfortunately, the Baby Dragon didn't actually splash onto the Hunter, so the Hunter survives a little bit longer than it should. And now you have a lot of stuff here for Elsiop. The log is good as a distraction until the fireball comes down.
No.
Elsiop just dismantling Jack right now. Taking him apart piece by piece. And there's that RG right up front. Does Jack have anything to stop this? There's the cage. It comes in just in the nick of time. Tornado to pull it back. And the Brawler is good this time. And that was a much cleaner defense this time for Jack.
And the Hunter keeping it strong so that the Graveyard cannot follow. There's another RG loaded up. Jack has no chance of having his own offense. Fireball
does eat
a lot of targets.
He ate a hit though and eats a second, and that tower is down. And
3
Elsiop,
seconds.
Elsiop just dismantled. Jack was playing absolutely flawlessly in game 2. Game 3, he made D-King look like, I don't know, Z-King. And then Elsiop comes in. Game 4. It's like, okay, I know how to beat you. I'm going to take your wheels off, and you're going to have to roll around on just the rims, because that was just domination.
Elsiop reading the timing of that tornado, intentionally had the skeletons put down right after the tornado. The moment the tornado was used, okay, time for that skeleton dragon, so my next RG can get that power. The cage use for Jack was great, but in this case where it couldn't really synergize with the Baby Dragon and the Ice Wizard together, was difficult, especially when LCOP's Fisherman was always dragging those Barbarians in, Ice Wizard in, the Brawler in, so that the RG takes less damage.
Oh, just took him apart brick by brick. And then, like, the RGs just did not stop flowing at the bridge, and the Hunter survived.
Yeah, that
fireball was just...
All the fireballs were
Look at
getting...
this Hunter. The Hunter stayed alive. It took out a Baby Dragon. It had a slither. Jack was a little unlucky. What you were expecting with the Tornado is the Baby Dragon to get the splash on the Hunter and the Fisherman and clean it out. It didn't.
Or, like, when the Hunter is right next to the Baby Dragon, you just bring it out so that the Baby Dragon survives. Or it's somewhat... Or the Brawler, so you can have some kind of body for your own graveyard. Jack really got his graveyard chance once and never since, because it was constant push, constant elixir gain by LCOP because of his Fireball landing on so many targets, plus the Fisherman always pulling so that his Princess Tower can also work in his offense.
You know how we said before this game that the coach was whispering like kill command words to LCOP? If that's what those command words do...
His switch turned on.
I feel sorry for Expo Master, because Expo Master has an absolute mountain to climb against LCOP now. But don't forget, it's not the end of the world if Fav loses. They did take the 2v2 2-1. Now it is match point for Fav Gaming. It is set point for LCOP. If Expo Master wins, this match is done. LCOP wins, we go to a 1v1, and if LCOP comes out again in that, I just don't know what to say. That's going to be an insane game.
Let's see. Jack today has been performing really well until LCOP just came, dominate, stop his play. But Expo Master is capable of turning anything around. Let's see what he brings. One of the players I would say in our entire league it's hard to pinpoint what kind of deck he's actually going to play.
I mean, this season he's 2-2 in King of the Hill. 1-1 in terms of sets when it comes to 1v1. He did beat Higher and lost to Noamichi. He has played a lot of Royal Giant Royal Hogs. One Love Hound game. He played Loon last time he played against KK. Against Nuamita, he played Minor Wallbreaker and he played Graveyard with the Barb Hut.
Okay.
So, you're right. He has played a lot, but is leaning kind of heavily on RG.
LCOP might play the same RG, the Fisherman Hunter.
Musketeer played deep on the side of the tower there. That was very
not
close.
The same.
Fireball going to get a little bit of value there.
Fireball. So are we going some more Royal Hogs or with the Bar Barrel?
Cage is there. All right.
Have the hut.
RG from LCOP. It is a very similar deck to last time, if not the same. RG's gonna get one hit. It's gonna take out the Barb Hut either way. Is it gonna go down before getting a hit on the tower? The answer is yes. And now there are 4 Barbs and a Musketeer barreling down your right-hand side. But of course, the mighty Fireball is enough to take care of all of that.
Royal Hog from Expo Master, and he's just waiting for a good time. He has to chip in some more Fireball damage against the Musketeer, and let's see if LCOP gives that many chances. So Hut first.
Yeah, the thing about Barb Huts is that it just slows everything down to a grinding halt. But if you're playing an RG, interesting position, making sure those Barbs get pulled into the center, into that Musketeer. And then only one surviving.
Tried to keep the Musketeer alive with that log, but a great heal spirit there by Expo Master, keeping those Barbarians up.
Skeleton Dragons split from the back for Expo Master. tempting, that fireball value.
So, LCUp just holding on to that cage forever. Here we go. And when that's gone from his hand, maybe the time for those hogs.
But with the cycle that LCUp has, he can easily get back around to it. We're going to see it now. Nope. LCUp is leaking.
Oh, Royal Giant instead. Okay.
Could that throw LCUp a little bit off balance here? Musketeer played behind. That's going to start clearing things up. The cage actually explodes before the RG gets there. And just everything defending that perfectly. LCUp not letting that RG even sniff the tower.
Good fireball into Skeleton Dragons and the tower together. The RG connects once. Log pushes everything back twice.
Thrice. Almost 4 hits, 1265. Expo Master very heavily on the back foot right now. Needs to get something going with this RG. But LCUp is just playing out of his mind right now. LCUp is just, what can you even do? If you're Expo Master, you've got to find a way to get critical damage with an RG. So playing one at the back, start cycling through, get some like barbarians behind it, especially with that fireball not hitting the Musketeer. Now you have the Musketeer there.
Now Expo Master can get a chance without that fireball. Musketeer is pretty healthy.
Are we going to see... Oh, an RG played on the opposite side. That's an actual smart move. The cage is there. RG's only going to get a couple of hits on that left-hand side. Big heal spirit. Barbarians trying to take the Brawler out, but the Brawler gets heal spirited back up. RG again on the right-hand side. Expo Master switching lanes, but it might be too little, too late. Fireball comes in. No damage again for Expo Master, and I think this might just be it. LCUp has just dismantled FAV Gaming.
Still 23 seconds, but with the cage, Ewiz with the mini zap on his own, and Log pushing that RG back all the time. Oh, still no hit.
I don't know how Expo Master can do this unless he accesses the code and increases RG damage to 9,000. That is it. Both of Expo Master's towers sub 1,000. And look at that. LCUp barely took any damage. What a machine he has become. This is a completely different LCUp from what we saw last season. Last season's LCUp looked down at the dumps. He didn't look that great. This season, this is the LCUp that we've all come to fear. This is the LCUp that has won China, the Clash Royale League China multiple times. This is the guy who won Worlds. This is just the guy who has more accolades under his name than 90% of the rest of CRL East put together. Absolute monster right now.
How many wins? 6 wins and 0 losses so far this season for LCUp.
And he just keeps coming. When he comes out, he just wins. I don't know what you can even do. All right, LCUp's lists of accomplishments. CCGS China second. First place CRL Spring. First place CRL Fall for China. Then CRL World Finals, first place. CRL Spring Season 2019, first place. CRL Fall Season, first place again in 2019. This guy just wins. And that is the form he has recaptured. LCUp just dismantled Expo. He dismantled Jack.
Then does he come out again in set 3?
Whoa. We want to give Fav a fighting chance here.
Whoa.
We don't want to just conclude the league right here. No, honestly, if I was the coach, yes. LCUp is just so good, and this win is actually important for Nova. Like, super important. But they have so many weapons, man. They have AUK, they have Little Chen, they can throw out Deking, CRS. They could throw out Rain. Any one of their team, even Little Chen, I'm not too sold on. But even then, I'd still support it because this team right now, this is a world-beating team.
And
in world-beating form.
Yeah, always having lots of first place result as you just read the list down.
And that was just Elsiop's achievements, man. Elsiop has been with Nova since the dawn of time.
That's basically Nova, though. He's Nova himself. He's the core. He's the man. But who from which player? I know you are all hyped about Nova Esports, but from Bob Gaming? Is it
in terms
Jack?
In terms
or
of run of form this season?
From today's games, I want to say Jack. But in terms of series, Expo Master did have better of a season the entire season last in the special season.
But then this season, Hajime has just dominated everyone. He hasn't really played that 1v1. It is Little Chen.
Wow.
All right, so it's going to be Little Chen then. And I'm curious to see how this will go. Little Chen he's hot and cold. It's going to be against Hajime too. So Little Chen is very hot and cold. Sometimes he will play phenomenally. Sometimes he plays like he's never touched Clash Royale before. It depends what version of Little Chen we get today. And I think that will decide the match. Hajime, we've seen, can just defend. He can absorb pressure better than 90% of the players out there. Today, Rain took him to the cleaners. So it might not be Hajime's day, but it needs to be because Valve Gaming need this win.
If they even want to go into that playoff, yes, they need to start grabbing wins now or never. Well, it might be too late by the time we get to like week 6, week 7, week 8. Let's see if Little Chen's... I'm really still surprised that Little Chen's actually out and AUK is not playing a single game.
Yeah, him being on the bench is hard. And we talk about... Alright, we talk about Elsiop's crowning achievements. The biggest difference is Little Chen finished first in CCGS, where Elsiop finished second. And then in CRL Spring Season 1, in the Spring Season, Elsiop came second. Little Chen came second, and Elsiop came first. I mean, the two are interlinked, and we've seen that Elsiop is on fire today. Does that mean Little Chen is also on fire?
Shall see. And with the Goblin Gang, everyone knows that motorcycle is in the way.
That tornado is a little bit tasty from Hajime. It didn't quite catch the skeletons there.
Just a little early, and Little Chen pressured slightly more with that lead that he had. Motor shot in there, 1663.
Little Chen has only played RG this season. This is the first game from him where he hasn't played the RG. Of course, that was in King of the Hill. But this motorcycle deck has been doing the rounds, and whenever we see it, G-Clef, it always manages to win. That time the tornado was good from Hajime. Mortar down. It's going to connect into the cage first.
Want to chunk it down before the second shot connects? Oh, it does.
It's another big hit. Hajime's defenses have been absolutely rocked today, built on sand instead of earth.
Yeah, before the double elixir time, graveyards, yeah, you just gotta defend. And there are so many tools from Little Chen that can do direct damage to the tower. Even with a tornado, sometimes it's not enough.
Oh, and he took another shot, this time from the Spear Goblin. Hajime just, it's little things that are just costing him these games. It's It's a death by 1,000 cuts.
And when you don't have a Musketeer, it's hard to bring these mortar down. The Ice Wizards takes forever. When there are this many small green things in the arena, like you have to use the Tornado.
But then you use the Tornado, you don't really have much to stop this Skeleton Barrel from connecting. So it's a really difficult matchup for Hajime. Pulls everything to the center.
Finally,
there
the King
is
Tower.
The graveyard is down. Poison is there. That's going to help clean up the goblins, but I don't think he's going to get much purchase from this graveyard. A couple more scratches. 1871.
Not bad, but immediate attack from Little Chen. Even takes the poison damage. That's how quick he wants to get this damage done.
I mean, Hajime knows now he needs to be aggressive. Little Chen just knows he has to keep doing what he's doing because he is getting the better ends of these exchanges. Is that going to translate into the triple elixir period, though? That's going to be the question. Hajime might be able to start flying when we get to that triple elixir period, but there's still 40 seconds.
I think the coin has flipped, but Hajime still needs to have near perfect defense. This time he's willing to sacrifice just a little by just having a baby dragon on the left.
Choosing the brawler here to start tanking up for that graveyard. We don't really see that much. But some damage sneaking through. The mortar is going to get distracted by the knight. And then the Ice Wiz after that, as long as it doesn't fall down.
No tornado this time.
It's going to get a shot on the tower again here. One last shot. Hajime just missed timing that, thinking maybe it would be enough. And it was not. 874 on that tower. There's 500 differences. We enter the triple elixir period. And this is where Hajime needs to go to try and finish this. He's got the barrel there to stop the skeletons. Some of these graveyard hits, though. 932. He needs to load up very quickly on another graveyard. 764 on his own tower. Poison is there. Now it's going to go into spell cycle for both players. Of course, Little Chen has an advantage at this point.
The mortar is there, locks onto the knight. Does go across, and the fireball. And right after the cage, the mortar is going to go down right before that attack time again for Hajime, but nothing following up from the bridge. So even with that poison.
That's a very high poison. I was thinking that might be a bit further back. And fireball, and he misses. Little Chen takes game 1. And this game has swung heavily from Fav Gaming over into Nova Esports' territory.
Hajime, it was a hard matchup in terms of deck choice, but still I think there could have been some more tornado. I think the second to the last graveyard, tornado failed to bring the Musketeer into the poison. I think that was a big lead into this bigger gap, which there was a gap. There was somewhat of a gap even before that point. But against the mortar, without the Musketeer on your own, when you just have an Ice Wizard, it's hard to bring that building down.
And not just, I mean, Hajime just kind of, it's like his deck didn't turn on until triple elixir time. I mean, this right there, letting those skeletons through, it's like, now you're back-footed, you're gonna struggle a lot to try and get through here.
Your knight is supposed to clog up the bridge, do more damage, but if it's too close to the mortar, then the mortar goes straight into the tower. So Hajime couldn't really find that timing or good placement for his own graveyard.
So that poison there was very high. Well, whatever happened. We're going to be going into game 2 between Little Chen and Hajime. Little Chen now match point. He could take it home for Nova after what was not looking to be Nova's day until Elsiop came in and swooped and saved King of the Hill. Little Chen now has a chance to close it out. Hajime has not looked like Hajime so far today. He's been a bit weaker on his defense. His defense hasn't been as strong as we have seen this season. So let's see how this goes. Game 2 could go either way. We could see... Do you think we're going to see something quirky? Do you think we're going to see Mortar Cycle again? Because that deck I think it has a really good win rate in this competition.
Or you can have your, instead of a motorcycle, you can have double bait. Double bait actually works okay.
Motor Graveyard?
The Sado version with the cannon card, or even without the cannon card, actually okay. There are some decks without the cannon card, but you just put in a cannon instead of, so just for a quicker cycle, which actually works okay against the motor and the goblins.
Yep.
If you just put it high all the way up towards the river, it takes most of them out, and it takes a few motor shots too.
Well, we'll see. I guess there's been a timeout called for Fav.
Maybe. Don't see it. Don't see it here. But I think that's the reason why we have a 1 minute more delay.
Well, whatever goes on, we are almost ready for this one. Little Chen is back on. Like, that looked like he was back on form. That was the Little Chen we've seen season after season in CRL, China. Last season didn't do too well, but he, you know, is he back? That's the question. Is he going to be back on form? Because if he is, this Nova team just got even scarier.
Cage of his own. Fireball Fisherman, Little Chen might be trying the same as what we had from LC Up, the Royal Giant. And is Hajime trying exactly the same?
It is looking that way, isn't it? There's a Hunter. So with the Fireball, it doesn't really say Graveyard, but you never know. It could just be a switch. But I think RG is the safer option, as you've already mentioned. There are the Skeleton Dragons. Poison is going to help that.
Fisherman just taking the shots. Still the Poison, good enough to take the Skeleton Dragons and some damage.
Fisherman not going to get any damage done, just the slow applied.
With what else? It's gotta be the same. Here comes the Royal Giant, the RG locked and loaded on the left. First the cage. Can he reach the tower?
Doesn't really have much
NATO.
elixir. The Baby Dragon's not going to be good enough to try and take this out. A lot of damage coming in for Hajime. 1772 remaining on that top left-hand tower.
Yeah, I thought Hajime was going to use the tornado.
He didn't really have
back. I think he had two.
for it.
So instead of 3, just using the bar barrel to take care instead.
Well, so far in the opening exchanges, Hajime is a little bit bloodier than his opponent, Little Chen. We'll see what goes on. Hunter played at the back. There is the Fisherman. Poison does come down. That's going to be a nice little bit of extra damage on the tower.
Heal Spirit helping them to heal up, and all of a sudden on the right, RG again, ready with the cage first.
Splitting the damage here. It is going to get a connection into the tower. Just one though, with the Ice Wizard just grinding it to an absolute halt. But the Baby Dragon on the left for Hajime with this Graveyard is actually going to get a lot of damage coming in. 1482 remaining there, and as we go down to the last 15 seconds of regular time, that's a pretty good lead.
Yeah, with only the Baby Dragon still was a very good timing when Little Chen actually focused a little too much on the right side. Here comes another RG. Instant cage at the bridge, slowed down by the Ice Wizard. Let's see how far this RG goes.
That bar barrel placement, a little bit questionable because it causes the Barbarian to come back, which doesn't really do much for anything, but this Graveyard might be a good time again. It looks as though it's found another window. 1281, and that's it.
Yeah, a little better because this time with the Skeleton Dragon. Even though it was locked onto the Knight. Again, Hajime this time the push with the Hunter, so the cage has to be farther away, not at the bridge.
That was a much better bar barrel there. Closing down onto that RG, everything getting shut down. Baby Dragon in the sky is just going to try and close that out too. Fisherman's going to pull the Ice Wiz. Now, Fisherman just distracting that baby dragon, meaning the skeleton dragons can live. It's one fish slap.
Yeah, you want those skeleton dragon to stay alive. The baby dragon will splash damage.
Is this the window of opportunity for Hajame's graveyard to get more damage in? The poison is there.
Okay.
Couple of scratches from the skeletons. 8-6, 8-4-6 now. So Hajime has a commanding lead going into the last 40 seconds, but we know what RGs can do. They can cause a lot of pain, but the tornado is good. Everything slowed down, no hits this time.
And everything followed up with the slow from the Ice Witch. Still another graveyard and the poison together. Hajime wants to take it down. With some more skeletons, good spawns right next to the tower. A couple of scratches with the poison down to 528 at the bottom. And Little Chen in response, these RGs has not been gaining any power.
Number one skeleton dragon on the left does get a connection. RG does get one shot in, but that's not going to be enough. Little Chen has seemingly lost game 2, and now it is confirmed. Hajime takes game 2. And about halfway through that was the Hajime we've come to know this season. It's like he switched on defensively. Everything started to just lock up. The RGs were getting no purchase. Everything was working well for Hajime.
Yeah, this is why we're seeing a lot more Cage than the bomb power these days. Just within the last few days, because of the number of Royal Giant we see right now. Not just in ladder, not just in Grand Challenge. It's been everywhere. So having that Cage, the Brawler helps a lot. And Hajime only had to spend Tornado once, I believe, pulling that RG. And rest of the time, it was mostly just to gather some troops on the other side to release pressure to buy time.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a genius opportunity for Hajime to exploit, because all those skeletons just did so much work. The Barbarian is good on the defense, but it's not great. You have to support it with something else because it can't take care of everything alone. And then after that, it was just poison, poison, poison. A couple of scratches from a couple of skeletons, but I mean, no, Little Chen was just too far behind at this point for an RG to work.
You're way too far off.
The old Tornado Ice Wizard just to grind everything to an absolute halt, and then tiebreaker situation at the end of the time. Towers ticked down, gave the win to Hajime. So, down to the last game. Both players now can close it out for their teams. If Little Chen can win this, Nova Esports go 4-2 and take one step away from the rest of the pack. If Hajime can close this out, that puts FOV Gaming at 2-4 and puts them back into contention for those playoff spots.
Exactly what FOV needs. They need that 2 to go against the numbers of TTG and then climb up to the middle ground, which will take at least 2 match wins for FOV. They have to start with this win. The entire crew of Nova Esports, yeah, not putting pressure on Little Chen, to say. But just waiting for the next game to happen and looking for, and including all the fans. We do have live audience.
Precautions taken. All right, so Little Chen has to win this one for Nova Esports. Hajime needs to win this one for FOV Gaming. It's going to be a close match. Do you think we're going to see the same decks? Do you think we're going to see something different from both the players?
Yeah, way too many RG from, especially Nova today. Not just LCR, Little Chen trying the similar thing, but I don't think it works against this Cage combination. Maybe going back to Royal Hawks.
It worked in game 1. Well, we'll see what happens here. Little Chen in blue at the bottom. Hajime in red at the top. And it looks like we might be going... Nope. Cage played early from Hajime. So Hajime might be playing the same thing.
And
Inferno Dragon.
Ram Rider.
Hog Rider?
Not out of the question. The poison. Actually,
Little Chen did.
Not
Okay,
Red
I'll
Rider.
say Little Chen did not look happy
uh-huh.
when he saw that it seemed Hajime was bringing a graveyard deck. So, be that what you may, when he put down that Inferno Dragon and saw the Musketeer, he was not a happy bunny.
Yeah, still Little Chen, his own graveyard timing can come. Like, there were some Valkyrie even bowler a few weeks ago with this combination.
What were the other cards with that?
Bowler Ice Whiz when there was Tornado, but this does have a Snowball, so it might not be the same.
Right.
I was thinking Graveyard until the Snowball because of Poison.
Yeah, Snowball is usually used for...
Like a balloon or Ram Rider, Hog Rider to open up a path.
Might be Hog Rider. Okay, the graveyard comes in. The Valkyrie just completely abandons her post and goes for the Knight. But good for Little Chen, he does have those archers in the back.
The Archer's doing work, so seems like it's okay. And even with the Snowball, yeah, with the Archers, I think it's just the graveyard now. And Hajime just, again, looking for that option. Musketeer still alive, so it's all good for him.
Not just alive, that Musketeer is incredibly healthy crossing the bridge. Valkyrie put in a face, though. Doesn't let that last long. And there is the graveyard from Little Chen. Baby Dragon and Knight used on the defense, but on the left-hand side of that tower, a couple of skeletons just get away from everything. The Barb Barrel does eventually close them down. But again, a new window for Hajime to go. There's a lot of bodies there. Poisons down from both players.
The defensive Poison doing work, taking care of most of the skeletons. Took like 2 hits, 2 ticks. Only other than the poison damage. Hajime is still on a pressure though. So because he doesn't have anything like the Knight, he's got to use that Valkyrie against the bridge.
Okay, this time the Barb Barrel comes down to be a bit more aggressive, so he needs to defend. Hajime is trying his hardest to defend against this graveyard, but a lot of hits are coming through.
Yes.
1429 remains right there, and a poison is just going to add insult to injury. But that's a very healthy Baby Dragon. Does take the Princess Tower. The Knight does take the archers. Poison does come down. Valkyrie's at the back. Is there going to be anything at the front? The Brawler turns around. Okay. So still within touching distance of each other. Anyone can take this as we enter the last 90 seconds.
Yeah, one graveyard play can make things happen as Hajime again on a defensive mode this time. Offensive Poison does come through from Little Chen, taking that cage off, and the Musketeer gone, and the Skeletons actually doing some damage this time again.
Yeah, the Snowball just pushing back that Knight was pretty big on the offensive for Little Chen. Here we go, Baby Dragon, Barb Barrel. They're all going to try to do what they can. Poison does come down, but it doesn't catch one of the archers. One of the archers is going to be very healthy, and I think that might just be it. I think Little Chen has this.
Valkyrie is such a good tool against the Skeleton, and Inferno locking onto the Baby. It's doing a great job, Little Chen, not even using that graveyard, just to take that poison only. Okay, let's see. Brawler right in there, both archers gone. Again, not enough, but still 30 seconds left.
Enough time for at least one more graveyard from Hajime, maybe even 2. Poison does come down from both players, so spawns are going to matter here. He could take an advantage. I mean, Little Chen is playing dangerous dice right now, but it's not going to matter. He does manage to get his own graveyard. The Snowball's going to slow down the Baby Dragon, and that is it. Poison to finish. Little Chen takes it home for Nova. Something we feel like we haven't said in such a long time, and that is going to be a massive boost to this Nova team to have another option in that 1v1.
Who cannot be in the spot? No one.
There's no one on this Nova team you wouldn't want to put in a 1v1 or King of the Hill. This is a scary team who are now 4-2. Still behind Ponos, who are 5-1. But it is close up there. These two teams are just looking phenomenal right now.
Even Little Chen rising up to a point where you can be the ace player going on that third set. This looks like the one of the scariest Nova esports ever in Clash Royale history.
With Little Chen like getting this win here, that's going to be a massive boost to him going forward, because he is one of those players who reflects his form. If he's having bad time, he'll start playing bad. Like he's not, I don't want to say unstable, but he can get in his own head worse than any other player. And I mean, here he just controlled this game.
Yeah, with just 5-6 skeleton damage there, brought it down by like 400-500 at once. Yeah, once you have that much of a lead from a single graveyard, then you pretty much have your game unless you make your own mistake. That snowball, it's not the most common spell when you have a graveyard, but when you can provide that much slow so the skeletons can attack, yeah, pretty good game.
Elsiop taking the MVP.
Oh yes.
Nova taking the victory against FUV Gaming. But we will be back after a short break with TTG versus Kicks. Do not go anywhere, as this final game should be a great one. And welcome back to CRL East for the third and final game of the night. It is going to be TTG versus Kicks. We just saw Nova basically be as scary as they have ever been. Currently 4-2 in the table, but LCUp comes in and is just like, all right, well, you summoned me. I am here. I will just destroy people. And then little Chen is like, well, if he can do it, I can do it too.
That was his teammate the entire time, and he pretty much did it on his own. I mean, Fob, on the other hand, if it wasn't for Nova, if they were fighting anyone else but Nova and but Ponos, I think they could have had a win today. Like, Fob looked like amazing in terms of their own form, but LCR pretty much just stopped everyone, stopped Jax,
There's
stopped
like
Master.
There was the Fav train coming in, and LCR just pulls that emergency brake, and it just stopped right there. Incredible, incredible play. But now we're down to TTG versus Kicks. Now, Kicks had a very up and down start to the season. They haven't been consistent as they were, but they are currently around 4th place. I don't have an updated list of tables. I'm just trying to work this out, but they were in 4th at the start of today. TTG were 6th, and they have inverse. So Kicks are 3-2. TTG are 2-3. But TTG did lose to WEDGM yesterday, and WEDGM have not looked to be the best team this season.
You're totally right. Not at all. As Tix, to go down not just a 2v2, but King of the Hill, I think this format of having King of the Hill in the middle and not the end is hurting Kicks the most. In a way, because of their results in King of the Hill. Lots of those one game each format has been... Actually, I did not imagine this would come to be Kicks that would be taking this much hit from the format, but they're losing a lot of 1v1 games. If the series comes, like, their player can do so much better, but King of the Hill so far this season, not a great season for them.
Well, I mean, if they do get to the 1v1, they are 100% victory right there. They've won 2. Benzer beat Hajime 2-1, and Light beat Peas 2-0. 2v2 win rate does favor Kicks. TTG tried out Boss and Famous Kid yesterday, so we need to see how that goes. Nuumisa has slowly started to slip. He started off incredibly strong this season. He went 4 wins undefeated. If you include 1v1, that's 6. Since then, he's lost to Blizzard and he's lost to Solomon, so he is slowly slipping in form. But in terms of 2v2, I mean, it depends on the 2v2 pairing we get. We've seen Isla and Light start to come into it now. They beat Jack and Katashian, they beat Sato and Greed. Could they be the unlikely 2v2 pairing for this season?
Maybe they tried them a few times, and then there has to be a point where it says, okay, we can't try a different duo anymore unless they have a different strategy specifically prepared, because there are different strategies and limited amount of practice you can only do within a week. So having a different duo, let them practice different things, and then go against each other as a practice partner, I think that's a really great strategy.
So it is going to be Boss and Famous Kid for TTG. You can tell just by looking out the window that they're in different time zones. Boss, it's currently very early in the morning. For Famous Kid, it's about 8 o'clock in the evening. I'd a guess. But it is going to be Islaw, who you can just see the daylight. It is about midday in his time zone. And Light, it would be mid-afternoon.
So we have France,
from Egypt?
France, Egypt, Singapore, USA. This is a international 2v2.
Not just that. This is CRL East. Every single one of those, I would say, is in the West. Except for Singapore. All right, Singapore. We have one East. Okay. Ooh, boy. Ooh. Graveyard and Giant Skeleton Band Tornado sneaks through. Yeah, this is what I live for.
Oh yes, baby. Giant Skeleton Band calls for lots of air units.
It does
Lots
indeed.
of Lava Balloon. Plus the Flying Machine Inferno, the Baby Dragon, bring him all.
Basically, anything that wants to cross the bridge can now cross.
Barbarians, Sparky, bring him all.
E-Barbs?
No,
Alright.
not E-Barbs.
Nobody brings
No
E-Barbs.
E-Barbs, no E-Dragons, okay? No E-Dragons are okay, but no Eagle.
Boom. Wait, this is Ice Lore again?
We've seen it.
We saw it yesterday.
Come on.
No, it can't be. We don't want to see that. It's gonna be, isn't it? He's gonna be bringing an E-Golem
Then you
deck
can-
because it worked so well yesterday.
Then you can have a Sparky to defend against all that.
That's if TTG think that Kicks are gonna bring it again. But this is the joy of Clash Royale. Kicks Light and Kicks Ice Lore in red at the top, and TTG Boss and TTG Famous Kid in blue at the bottom. And it's Lava Hound for TTG.
Instant lava. I like it already. Just a minor to start off from Kicks.
So we saw a little bit yesterday that TTG, Famous Kid and Boss are a little bit more inexperienced at 2v2. We saw a couple of things yesterday that were a bit questionable, but off to a good start.
Off to a really good start for TTG. This is way too much damage to begin with. That was some really good teamwork. The lightning and the perfect time heal spirit there.
And the pubs are still going at it. This damage is just continuous from TTG. Wow. In one Lava Hound push, they delete 1,500 points off that tower.
Some really good pairing and timing from TTG there.
I'm really liking the deck so far from TTG.
Yeah, but Kicks, they can have one big shot. It doesn't have to be the Ram Rider. Like when the recruit opens either side, then like the Musketeer can connect. Some more minor damage can chip.
So it's going to be the double Ram Rider from Kicks.
And does TTG, are they holding a balloon or is it just
Big.
this?
Oh, what a zap! Stopping that big connection, but still the Ram Rider gets a couple of hits in. But look at the offense from TTG. They're getting the better end of this deal. 6-2-2 remaining. The Royal Recruits didn't come down in time to distract that Baby Dragon. So the Skeleton Dragons are considerably hurt. Barbarians are played. Fireball is good. It's going to delete that Flying Machine off the board. Incoming Ram Rider. Is there going to be anything to stop it? The cage is there, but the Recruit is already on top. The EQ is there. Is it going to get a charge? The Miner doing work. And she does get a hit. 759 on that tower, but now TTG are loading up again. Is Zap going to come down? Lightning comes down instead. That's tower down. Kicks have to do 759 damage in next to no time at all. Fireball, EQ, it's not going to be enough. TTG are going to take game one. And any kinks that they had in their 2v2 yesterday, we saw a snowball into a graveyard when if it hit the tower, it would have taken it. Any of those like kinks in the machine of their 2v2 seem to have been worked out, because that was near flawless 2v2 play, G.
Especially in their spell. And the first push was, again, amazing. Their starting end was just near perfect, even without the Flying Machine, the Lava to Baby Dragon, and healing them up. So that Kicks had to really use a lot more Elixir. When they were cycling through, they just did not have everything to defend against it. Only a few Musketeer. The E-Wiz did some help, but except The Inferno Tower was supposed to do so much more.
That baby dragon catching the Inferno Tower before the Lava Hound.
And this heal
was
spirit.
Clutch. That heal spirit, clutch. Everything about this was just, for an opening exchange, you could not ask for better when you're TTG. Fireball deleting the Ewiz as well. Royal Recruits not coming down fast enough to take all the lava pups. I mean, could it have gotten any better for TTG there?
These logs to push it through. Fisherman still there to pull the Ram Rider.
Did get a hit though.
Did get a hit, but few of those zap, like killing the charge, did end up benefiting them so much more. The lightning, a spell that we don't see as often, especially after the end of last year, because it's just a lot heavier than, I would say, like the fireball and the poison, which used to be a world of poison in special season.
Yep.
And then we were always mentioning, oh, there's a potential that the fireball can have a bit of comeback, and now
there's just so much fireball bait. There's so many things that you want to fireball
just
away.
with the Skeleton Dragon edition.
It's
fireball everywhere.
This is the circle of life, man. It's the circle of Clash. All right, game one. I really like the Lava Hound pickup. Very similar to what we saw, I think it was Ponos play yesterday. A very similar idea in the deck. I don't think it was exactly the same cards, but a very similar idea. I enjoyed it. Kicks, they couldn't really get the Ram Riders going in the way that they needed to. They got a couple of big connections.
They had 2 Ram Riders, right?
Yeah.
1 recruit, 2 Ram Rider.
So they couldn't really get the connections they needed. They did get connections, but not as strong as they needed to be. Like, it might just be 1 charge when you want 1 or 2 hits. So Kicks need to work out their defense, their spell defense. Like, how are they going to manage to overcome TTG in game 2? We'll be finding out soon, as it looks as though we're about to go into this. Boss and Famous Kid for TTG. USA and Singapore against France and Egypt on the side of Kicks. Who's going to take this one?
And got a word from the production, says TTG did ask for a 1-minute timeout, even after a win.
Well, sometimes it happens. Sometimes you just have to take that timeout after you win, just to make sure that, you know, they keep up that standard. Maybe you're like, hey, like, guys, don't get carried away. Play the same, don't play the same deck, but play the same way. Just continue to dominate the game from the get-go.
Or one more that I did hear from the player was that when they had a second deck prepared, after playing game 1, changing the second deck that was already prepared. And that's another reason why they would ask for a timeout.
Well, we'll find out what that timeout was for, as Boss and Famous Kid of TTG take on Kicks Light and Kicks Ice Law. There's also the other thing with the timeout, and that's just to get in your opponent's head.
Just to make it tougher?
Yeah, just
when
to
you
slow it
have
down,
a loss?
so they think more about how they lost the game. So they start overthinking. It part of the psychology. I'm not saying it's that every time, but it definitely could be. Okay, Miner from Kicks. It looks like we might be getting the same deck out of Kicks. And the same out of TTG. We saw how it went in game 1. This time they don't really have the same powerful push that we saw straight off the bat. TTG.
This time, Kicks, they do have the Mega Knight, which will be pulled before the jump here, usually even in the middle of the jump.
So the slight changes so far. How do you feel about the Mega Knight over, let's say, the Royal Recruits, which it looks like it might be replacing here?
Depends on what else they pair up with. Just the Ram Rider to open up the path. I think it's a lot better. Has a lot more potentials to actually connect. Sort of like the MK Royal Log for 1v1 decks.
Lightning, there it is. Oh, and it catches one of the Skeleton Dragons as well from Kicks. that's going to hurt because they needed that. But a big connection on the Ram Rider. 1444 remain there, but now 4 barbs barreling down that right-hand side. Musketeer is going to start helping for the lava and then turn around, picking off the barbs. Then the pup, then a barb. So out of those exchanges, TTG still walk away with the lead.
With massive damage on both towers and more damage done from the pups. Yeah, 1 Skeleton Dragon was certainly not enough for that defense. They're just willing to take that minor damage so they can soak up for more.
Well, they have a big advantage. Dark Prince versus Dark Prince. Baby Dragon against Skeleton Dragons. They're going to help with the Prince first, but there is the Flying Machine. Fireball does come in, takes out quite a bit there.
Ooh, the Ram Rider is already on the tower, got the charge, plus 2 more on top. So only 228 left on the bottom right. Kicks really working with this Ram Rider this time.
Yeah, they take a big advantage, but look at that, the big green hands of the Goblin Brawler in the tower, 1181. So if this can go down to the 2-tower game, I mean, TTG will have a huge advantage. But down to the last 6 seconds, I don't even know if Kicks can survive this. Good delivery.
And with
that's
the minor
tower.
EQ, Kicks.
Much better from them game 2. Much, much better from game 2.
Usually with the Mega Knight, it takes a longer time to gather that much elixir, but once you have that set up, even with just 1 Mega Knight, whatever is charging behind, either the Hog, Ram, the Royal Hogs, it opens up the usually takes the damage from building first, or sometimes it pushes the charging units to the side so that it goes directly to the Princess Tower. So Kicks used that really well this time. Understanding that TTG might just bring the same, like the Inferno with a lot of dragons in the air.
I was gonna say, I really like the changes that Kicks brought in this deck. They didn't change the core concept, but they brought in the Mega Knight over the Royal Recruits, the Dark Princes. I love these kind of changes where it's like, okay, the first time round didn't work. This is why. This is what we're bringing game 2, and it worked out. I mean, it was getting close. It was getting down to the wire. If it had gone to a 2-tower game, TTG had a strong advantage. But it didn't get that far.
Not as much as you think. I think TTG wanted to try the same because they were having lightning, but
I mean, look, if it goes to a 2-tower game from here, there's still 20 seconds. If they can get that tower, I mean, that tower is 1181. I mean, they have a huge advantage going into the 2-tower game, but the defense was good. Look at this. Smack, wham, everything's cleared just with that Dark Prince and Royal Delivery. And then with the EQ Snowball Minor, game over, man. Game over.
There was some timing where Lava could have had a better push, but only one was holding on to lightning, and that person also dropped the lava. So it was when the Inferno Tower was there, lightning is needed, but you just do not have the right amount of elixir. When that combination came together, maybe just once more, maybe even twice, yeah, TTG could have handled game 2.
Could have, but they didn't. So we're going down to a game 3 to decide whether TTG are going to go in with the advantage into King of the Hill or Kicks go into the advantage in King of the Hill. And I got to say, I think if Kicks get the 2v2, they're going to win the match.
Really? With the King of the Hill?
With the King of the Hill, either King of the Hill or the 1v1, I think if the 2v2 goes their way, Kicks can close it out. But if it doesn't, if it goes to TTG, I think TTG finish it in the King of the Hill.
And that's the reason why Kicks just called a timeout here. 1 minute timeout. That's how important 2v2 is. Both of the timeouts gone already in that 2v2 section.
So I just want to quickly check. If Kicks win a 2v2, they beat Fav, they beat Team Timing. Okay, 2 times out of their 3 wins, they win the 2v2, they win the match. It's not bad going.
Not bad at all.
But still, they... okay.
But they can still win when we get down to the 1v1 too. So I'm interested to see how this is going to continue on from here. Is Game 3 going to be the same decks again with minor changes? Is it going to be something completely different? What are you expecting? Are you expecting something completely different this time?
I think Kicks will... I think Remnatter is their core for today's 2v2.
But I mean, if you think it's going to be their core, maybe Game 3 they're going to go something completely off the wall. Maybe it's going to be Balloon. Balloon would fit. It's only Graveyard and Giant Skeleton getting banned. You could easily go Lum Balloon.
Yeah, I think Balloon's out. A great change for Kicks, but not for TTG because you've just seen the Remnatters from your opponents. You can't risk of bringing your own Balloon when you've seen Remnatter twice in a row.
That's true, but maybe you think they're not going to go for a third time in a row, so you bring that Lumberloon.
That is a good question that I do not have the answers to until we actually go into match.
And the walls have parted, and we're getting into Light and Ice Law versus Boss and Famous Kid. TTG versus Kicks. Set 1. Game 1 went in TTG's favor. Game 2 went to Kicks, so we come down to Game 3.
With Lava
this
Lava.
time, yeah, it's gonna be Lava Hound versus Lava Hound. We're taking to the skies in this one.
And TTG with their Infernal Dragon. And again the Lightning. Really liking Lightning spell today.
Well, it just helps against so many of the blocks that you can use against the Lava Hound. Inferno Tower, Inferno Dragon. It just destroys so much. It can take out so many buildings. Cages disintegrate. It's just so useful.
Again, a good zap from TTG to keep that Lava Hound against the Inferno.
There's a cage. There's going to be a Fisherman pull into the Dark Prince. Baby Dragon is going to... Oh, the splash is going onto both the Lava Hound and the Baby Dragon there. That's pretty nice.
Still, the Heal Spirit heals the Baby Dragon back up to near full health.
Fireball. Fisherman gets onto the tower, and in the opening exchanges, TTG get a hefty lead here.
Yeah, that was hard to go perfect against it. Inferno was already gone. Baby locked onto both, but still the Heal Spirit did a lot of work there.
So that's a smart move by Kick, switching over to the opposite lane. And now are we just going to have both teams just kind of pass each other in the night? Go all in? No, TTG are going to try to defend this. So our Kicks, they only have one Inferno Dragon. So they're going to go all in on this right-hand side. Miner is good. Lightning is there to help clean up.
Skeleton Dragon blocking that Inferno. So no lock onto the tower from Kick's side. But on top, a lot more with the Miner combinations. Few of the pup. One pup at least connecting.
Now it's relatively even. I don't know. G-Clef. 1105 against 1167. That was a very equal exchange between two teams. Very equal. Okay, so Lava Hound loaded up this time on the left. Again, right side for Kicks. This time it's shut down at the bridge by the Inferno Dragon.
Yeah, with the Miner loaded up, still the Lava is going strong when Kicks, their own attack is dragged towards the left side with that activation with the Tornado. That's going to help a lot going forward.
The Inferno Dragon did get a slight connection there on that bottom right-hand side. 1077. Look at the left-hand side, G-Clef. 831. When did that happen? They've broken through, but the Lightning, it might just cost them.
They're trying to cycle this down to spell damage. 322. A few more zap and a Lightning or even a Fireball added to the Lightning will be game over. So Kicks trying their best with their Miner and everything in the air to get the damage down. Lightning does come down. Baby Dragon does lock onto it.
I think that's it. Oh my goodness, snatched from the jaws of defeat. Light and Ice Law take the 2v2 again. That was close.
Yes, that was very close. Incredibly close, where TTG was also loading up their elixir for a lightning to finish.
The miners connected on both sides. It's just the lightning coming down.
Yeah, if that cage came down just 0.1 second earlier, that would have got the baby dragons damage.
Big connection from that baby D. Oh my word, what a close game, and Kicks takes the 2v2 2-1. Just what a game. That lightning was clutch. But I mean, this whole game was just back and forth. Two very evenly matched teams in terms of the 2v2. Fireball there, got the Fisherman as well, got tower damage. That tower doesn't even matter. What broke through underneath? It was Dark Prince, right?
For Kicks? Yeah, did some more damage with the lava too. Did stay alive for a very long time.
600 difference here. Right, Miner starts, lightning comes down, and that baby dragon just locks on. Fireball log, would it have been enough? Quick math says it would have been 244.
So there was 220 something left, right?
So it would have been enough.
Or a single lightning.
A single lightning would have been enough too. That's 264. So yeah, it would have been enough to finish the game off. They couldn't get back to it in time.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
That was a close game for TTG too. But that's gone. The results are here. Kicks, they do take the 2v2. Now we go off to King of the Hill. And how do you want to work with the roster? Kicks, they're King of the Hill.
Kicks is King of the Hill.
So far, lots of Yuya going first, Benzer and Light. That has been the order.
We haven't seen much Islo. We saw Islo come out once against Talon, against Geralt, where he lost. Benzer Riddell is not doing very well in King of the Hill, but he does much better in a best of 3. Light and Yuya are the only real shining lights for Kix's King of the Hill. And on TTG's side, Nuomisa has had very good, strong run of form. Is slightly dipping now. He was 4-0, and now he is 4-2.
And they need to have either Boss, Famous Kid, or Hoi to step up the league so that the team can actually grab a lot of wins in King of the Hill.
Well, I mean, Boss is currently 3 and 5. So not the best of stats for him today. Nuomisa, as you can see, number 5, just sneaking by. But that was a 100% win rate, I believe, before this weekend. I think it's this weekend. It's against Talon and WEDGM. So he's 4-1. Now he's 4-2. I mean, look at the win rates. Kicks Light, 57. Nuomisa, 67. But it's going to be close. This game, this King of the Hill, it's really hard to throw your lot in with someone. But starting out as strong as this, Hui has started to come into this 1v1. We were thinking he was only going to be a 2v2 player. He's a little bit older than everyone else. He's actually come up pretty clutch. He's 3-3 right now. And Kicks starting out with Benzer, who, not the best run of form right now. 0-3 in terms of King of the Hill. But he is coming coming off the back of a 2-1 victory in the 1v1 set against Valve.
But so far in the King of the Hill, as you have seen from the chart, 0% win rate for him. So this is somewhat a curse for him actually right now.
Yeah, it's not going well. It's not going well. Hui has been doing all right, 50% win rate, but I mean, he's been bringing quite a lot of different things. He's bought RG, he's bought Graveyard, he played the Loon Recruits. This is Hui. But on Benzer's side, right? G-Clef.
It's time for Motor Deck.
It has to be. Surely, Motorcycle.
Or even Giant Goblin Sparky is okay.
I mean, Mortar is in the meta right now. It's doing pretty well, especially in CRL.
Okay.
You have a player who is known for his ridiculous motorcycle play. He has not played mortar this season. It has to be time. It needs to be time.
I think
It's
so.
not going to be time.
Okay, and the wall breakers from Hui.
Yep, minor wall breakers. Most likely it's the very standard with the Knight Musketeer, maybe with the bomb tower? We'll see.
I think that's the most likely. But Fireball Log 3.8 with the wall breaker. So from Benzer, like a standard graveyard for now.
Very much does, but we have seen some tricky plays so far today. Could be RG as a very low probability, but still a probability. Both into the center. Most likely just for the cycle there. So with that out of cycle, the miner can come in the not so safe spot, and you see Benzer being like, I should have predicted that, I could have predicted that, but I didn't.
We'll see if he even has the Ice Wiz. Or is it just going to be the triple spell? We do see the Cage Knight Gravy Dragon along with this.
Everything cleaned up. I mean, Benzer does have a little bit of an advantage and decides to go for the naked graveyard. Baby Dragon coming in. Musketeers play deep. Miner has to come in to eat that Baby Dragon damage. Skeletons not getting the work in they need, but now a couple more hits. 1966. Not terrible.
Not terrible, and one more from the Baby Dragon Splash. Not bad, but Hui wants to have a quicker cycle with the wall breakers.
Needs it. All right, Ice Wizard is there. Finally, we get to see the blue one. Miner getting some hits in. Luckily for Benzer, the Baby Dragon was eating the damage from that Musketeer. Very back and forth right now. Incoming. Oh, good tornado. Just making sure that that Knight didn't push those wall breakers to go into the tower. That does occasionally happen.
And also keeping the Knight closer to the Brawler, so you can get the damage early on. But Benzer, not about 40 HP apart now. A little bit more with that log damage on the top left. Immediately with that Baby Dragon Graveyard on the bottom.
Yeah, the Knight is there, but the ones at the back are having a bit of a feast on that tower. Musketeer does turn around. 1673. It's still going to tick down from the poison. And again, no dice. One more breaker. Ooh, almost getting that big connection. So I think for the first time this match, Benzer slips behind, but only by like 60. So not the end of the world.
And there. If you talk in chances, I think Benzer has more chances to pull and make something happen with the tornado. Whereas Hui's wall breakers are never really going into the tower.
They're never really going to find a connection. There is the bomb tower from Hui. That's a big commitment for near nothing. The wall breaker's not going to get anything done here. Miner's going to get slowed down. The damage is coming through for Hui. 60 seconds left, triple elixir. We're going to see a lot more graveyards from Benzer because he needs to get these to work, and that Knight suffocated at the bridge. Miner, wall breakers coming in. This is where you can slip up. Tornado does come in. Ice Wiz is there. That's going to clean it up. And look at that, the amount of damage from that graveyard. Woo. Back in this is Benzer.
Less than 100 HP apart. Benzer trying to work with the graveyard again. Miner placed, predicted slightly wrong. Just had to defend with the cage. Wall breakers are gone, but the Miner did some damage. There's a tornado and the activation.
Oh, the Baby Dragon's getting the splash damage. That might be it. Benzer, I think, has done it. Snatched from the jaws of defeat. Benzer takes game one. And we've seen this before. This is why this version of Graveyard used to be so popular. You pull everything into the tower, The baby dragon gets the splash. It doesn't matter whether it's connected to the tower or the knight. It's just over.
This win might just be enough for Benzer to start his streak.
We say this every time a player who doesn't have the greatest of records so far gets a W, but I actually agree. Like, at the beginning, he was looking a little shaky. At the end, he looked confident and strong. It's a good sign to see. He didn't overspend anywhere. He was making the most of every elixir he had. This push, you're thinking, all right, that died a little early. Everything comes in. The baby dragon's there, and it's just, yeah. It's connected to the miner. Miner goes too far back, connects straight to the tower. Poison there to just help it out. Benzer with that's textbook on how you do that final offense with this deck.
It's how well can you use the tornado. If you cannot use a tornado like that,
that's me.
You lose another win condition.
Yeah.
In this way. So that's why you oftentimes graveyard players just going without the tornado. But this, if you can pull that tornadoes out, especially towards the end, and when you can just keep the defense solid. When you have the cage, use the cage. And the other time when there's a quicker cycle from your opponent, just use that tornado defensive, and that's all you need to do. But it's hard to nail it down every single time, like how Benzer played. It is incredibly hard.
And I mean, these are the top players, so they have faith in every card. It's going to be Boss coming out second. So as I was saying, they have faith in every card. They know what they're doing. But for quite a few people out there, there's difficulty in trusting a Tornado Ice Whiz to just stop everything. Like, I don't trust it myself. I don't trust myself with it because I am terrible with Tornado. But it is going to be Boss and Benzer. And you know what? They're not bad with Tornado. They're pretty good. Boss coming out in the 1v1. He's played... he played the Goblin Giant Sparky. He's played RG, he's played Royal Hogs 3M. He's basically shown a lot of versatility. What is he going to bring? Loon Recruits? That wouldn't be a bad shout. Balloon Recruits? G-Cliff? You feeling it?
Nah, not now after seeing that much of Ice Tornado from Benzer. I think a slight more expensive version, heavier version of Graveyard is also okay. Some RGs look fine. Even Royal Hogs, not so bad. But when there's a cage, Benzer can make it happen.
He can indeed, and we're gonna get into this 1v1. Benzer versus Boss, Battle of the Bees. Who is going to take this one? That is the question. Neil Spirit played at the back.
And that card soon will be nerfed.
It will indeed. If you haven't seen, Radius nerf on that.
Oh yes. Yeah, look at that Radius.
Okay. Oh, he's doing it! But
Benzer.
it's gonna be against the Sparky. I don't know if this is the best matchup for this. We'll see how Benzer gets this done. The Sparky is going to get a connect.
Oh, with a delivery.
That was nice.
With a delivery, Sparky
gets shut down.
Becomes a easy question.
I mean, there's still ways to break through.
But delivery is like one of the best spells against Sparky. So.
Cannon card. Okay.
Ah.
Is it the graveyard?
I think so.
I thought only Sado could play this.
Yeah, we don't see a skeleton barrel. We don't see a log. So.
Alright, Sparky played at the back. Cannon cart comes in. It's going to take the aggro. The graveyard is in. That's going to confuse the Sparky. Just enough time for it to be shut down for doing absolute diddly squat, and the Musketeer got a connection there, but the zap to reset. And, I mean, that was a pretty good exchange for Benzer.
Yeah, and it's gonna continue. That's the scary part. Boss thinking now that, okay, I have the Sparky, but the delivery skeletons.
And then if it's a real emergency, Benzer has the Graveyard to distract the Sparky too. So, I mean, there's just so many tools for Benzer to nullify arguably the biggest threat in this deck. It's not the P.E.K.K.A. Rage version.
Oh, that hurts. Plus on the Sparky. Well, can also be healed, but immediately. Oh, Heal Spirit gone.
Yeah, but that's okay. This might be bad news, but the Mortar is going to get a connection onto the Sparky and finish it off.
Don't even need the delivery there.
Just okay, sure. Benzer, do it. It's just okay. Break the laws of the game. It's fine, man.
30 seconds. Boss loads up the Sparky on the left this time.
Goblin Giant goes right. Cannon Cart played on the left. Fisherman is going to be pulling in the Knight. That's going to get zapped. That's going to get just blown away by the Sparky.
Yeah, when you are versus Cart, you always have to think about the surprise attack. This time, only with the poison.
Is the delivery coming down, is it? Oh, Skeletons have to come in. Does he have anything to stop this before
Sparky's
it
charged?
Oh, Benzer let one go. We're down to 1 minute and 45. And just like that, Boss has just the momentum to continue going on and on and on. It's gonna be rough.
That was a big shot, but I think Benzer still has a cycle lead. And in terms of Graveyard with the Princess locked, the Skeletons are going to do some work. Not too much this time. Okay, the end few Skeletons actually connecting, not so bad.
Enough to give a lead, but not a significant lead. Not one that you can definitely go in and say, okay, I've won this. But Sparky, oh!
Yeah, with the Mega Minion help.
Ooh. I thought that was going to get a connection onto the tower. That was pretty close.
It's always dangerous.
The splash onto the tower, it's usually the Musketeer's fault. Mortar locks onto the Heal Spirit.
Delivery takes care of the Sparky. And the Goblin Giant, oh,
didn't get the punch in. The defense has been pretty good. The Fisherman pulling that in. The Sparky, the Fireball. Oh, the Cannon Cart sneaks through. That's going to do a world of hurt onto that Sparky. Even with the Heal Spirit, I still think it's going to go mostly down. The poison
too many
is there.
Skeletons. 84.
84.
That's it. One final attack for Boss. Can he do it? Sparky's alive. A lot of things in the air. 2 Mega Minions.
Poison used defensively from Benzer. That's a good shot when you're in the lead. You may as well just get further ahead. I think that is it. Benzer throwing the Graveyard on the King Tower. He knows it's over. Benzer takes game 2. My word, Benzer finally brings a Mortar in this meta when it is as good as it is, as good as it has been
the
in nearly forever.
Graveyard Mortar.
And he wins. I mean, let's take that one Sparky hit out of the equation. Benzer controlled that game, beginning to.
It's all about the Sparky shot, though.
I know, but that one Sparky shot sneaking through, it never looked like it was going to connect again, though. It got one, and I think that woke Benzer up. He was like, oh, I can't just daydreamingly defend this. It does actually connect to the tower occasionally, and he never let it connect again. He shut it down early every time.
And Boss was also looking for some potential, some possible option with his Zap play so that the Sparky can get more value on like a Musketeer or like the Cannon Cart or even onto the tower.
I like that interaction though, where the Cannon Cart goes down, the Graveyard distracts the Sparky so it doesn't target it, and the Sparky in cannon form just finishes it off here. You think it's not going to get a connection. It is sitting in poison. The tower is there. The Musketeer, if it had got that shot in a little bit earlier, probably would have finished it off. But that one shot is pretty much all the damage that got through. This cannon cart takes out Sparky, as is tradition in this game. Those skeletons did a lot of damage.
Woo!
And I mean, it was looking... That counter-attack could have been a lot scarier. It could have been a lot more lethal. But it was shut down. Benzer is on.
Yes.
So from going, what was it? 0-3. 0-3. Benzer is on the cusp of an all-kill against TTG and going 3-3. Just like that, his record changes.
0 to 50%.
That's a massive increase.
It's possible, but that's not the only mortar version that we have in the meta, you know. We have the skeleton barrel, which is, I think, again, fine.
That's more in line with what we know Benzer can know Benzer for.
With more goblins.
Yeah, like a quick mortar cycle deck. That's what Benzer. That's his bread and butter. That's what he made his name on. But I really liked him playing that deck. I think he had the matchup advantage.
And I also have to give it to Boss. Yeah, playing that deck, which Benzer was also sort of known with, the Goblin Giant Sparky deck, which was a different version before, without the heal spirit, but still, the mechanism is about the same. So Benzer also had like real good understanding what deck was supposed to be made up of.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of people say if you ever struggle against a particular deck, the best way to not struggle anymore is to actually play it. Get good with it, because you understand everything about it. But if you're already good at it, like Benzer is with that deck, you can just, he knows the weaknesses, he knows how to close it down, he knows how to shut things up. It's just good play by Benzer. Nuamisa, though, on a bit of a downturn. I mean, surprisingly, especially when he went like 2-0 against Ponos. He went 2-0 against Fav. He beat Jack and Expo Master and then beat Expo Master again in the 1v1. But since then, he's lost to Blizzard. He's lost to Solomon. Is that losing streak going to continue? Will he fall to Benzer?
I think this is a great match for both, as Nuamitsu can save his team's lifeline, as Benzer is already on a match point from Kicks taking that 2v2. Can Benzer keep his pride on the line? 3 wins in a row. I think it's just enough to come back in the season.
Yeah, that could really kickstart him. I mean, I was making fun earlier when I said, like, you know, a player who's on a losing streak, they win 1 or 2 and they get back in form. That was a different Benzer from what we've seen before. And he looks a little bit more comfortable on the device. Let's see if he's going to win this one.
Oh! We thought we can only imagine, but
here it is. It's going to be motorcycle against RG.
Oh my! Good read by Nuamitsu.
But still, it's not an impossible matchup for a mortar player against the RG, especially with that skeleton barrel. Especially with like Musketeer is just known for just getting damage out of nothing. I think it's going to do it here. No, it's not. Okay.
And RG, it depends. If Nuamitsu actually goes in aggressive and puts an RG early on, before that mortar actually comes down, and we already know how aggressive Benzer can be with the mortar placements.
Like this, 2 in a row, 2 exact same situation. Goblin Gang comes in. Barbed Barrel isn't there, but Baby Dragon's going to be good. That RG again shut down so quickly. The Skeleton Barrel coming down on the opposite side. He's going to let it go. Nuamisa is going to let it go. A couple of them ignore the Lumberjack and get a couple more hits. But unfortunately, Benzer has to eat a little bit of damage from the Baby Dragon.
Not bad for both, but in terms of speed, Benzer totally have it.
When it gets down to double elixir period, though, it can go either way. Benzer can just get out of control on his cycle, or we could just see RG after RG after RG after RG, and that's difficult as the mortar player to deal with.
Yeah, but Nuamitsu Yumitsu wanting to change the cycle.
To tower.
Yeah, he want to pair that RG up with his lumberjack, so willing to sacrifice some HP with this play.
Oh, look at that damage! 12-18.
Yeah, that heal spirit didn't get most of the skeletons, only about half.
Okay, this is looking very rough for Nuamisa right now. This RG does come over. Okay, it's not going to even make it across the bridge. Skeleton barrel played. Cage is good.
Heals are doing okay, but the musketeer just... How many bullets?
It just rips through that baby dragon time and time again. This time, though, it's going to be a little bit difficult with the raged up RG against the mortar. Not going to get a shot, but the skeleton barrel comes through. Good log, no damage again. Insane from Benzer.
That mortar place, absolutely beautiful. Right after lightning, a lot of elixir just being gone.
RG played there, okay. Cage is good.
So that he could use the bar barrel to wipe out the king and the mortar. Nicely done from Yumitsu, but again the log pushing it out of the way.
One hit from an RG. I think that's the first hit an RG has managed to get on a tower for Nuamisa. Death damage at least. Does get a couple of the skeleton hits too. The heal spirit was a little bit late to get that perfect kill that it can get.
Yumitsu wanted to get some more with the baby dragon, maybe even locking onto the tower, keeping the damage with the rage. But with that knight was just cancelled 100%.
We're down to the last minute of this one. The very last minute. Can Benzer hold on in triple elixir time? Lightning comes down.
So many of the small troops trying to find its damage, but Barbaro wipes out most of them. Double DRG with the lumberjack. This can be a powerful push.
It can be, but there's just so many goblins there to shut it down. Lightning isn't going to do much. No hits.
Like 7, 8 spear goblins. Right there, 180, 198 remains at the bottom. Log, and the next fireball will be game for Benzer. 3 in a row, 5 in a row for Kick's team.
Benzer is on an absolute tear, and that's why Mortar is so good in his hands. He just made it work, and you can see it's finally sunk in. He got the all kill. Kicks take a victory over TTG. Kicks now go 4-2. They join Nova. 4-2. What a match. Benzer on Mortar is just phenomenal to watch. Phenomenal. He gets an orchid after going 0-3 in King of the Hill. He beat Hajime last week 2-1 in the 1v1 and looked good. Comes out today and gets 3 wins on a trot.
Pretty hard here as Yumitsu bringing the cage, which is a more common building these days, but could have had a lot easier time if he had the bomb tower.
Just how do you shut down the RG so well?
Yeah, man.
That was a raged up RG that got 0 shots.
Yeah, RG with lumberjack with lightning, not even a fireball when you are considered, when you're thinking about wiping out 1 target each, then it's okay, but when there are this many goblins,
speechless. Absolutely speechless. Well-deserved MVP for Benzer there. I mean, what can we even say? That was Benzer back in the form that we used to see him with Chaos Theory back in the day. That was superb, and everyone knows I like Kicks. So it's even better for me because Kicks get the W, and now 4-2. This changes a lot of the table, like everything is shuffled up because Kicks were not doing well at the beginning.
They're finally moving up step by step, and the fact that Benzer was able to win a game, 3 games in fact in a row in the King of the Hill, gives a lot of that boost power which they were missing so far. That was one juice that they needed to power up and just gear up and then just fly ahead into like the top of the standings. Now that they have it, is that going to be enough to put Kicks in like top 2? Because top 2 spots, that's what matters. Top 2, they get the favorites into the playoff. The other spots, as long as you're not at the bottom 2, you're okay.
I mean, Kicks definitely have the skill. Now that Benzer is unlocked, let's say that he continues his streak, the next player they have to unlock is Icelaw. If they can get Icelaw back in a 1v1 winning mentality, I mean, he's only played 1 King of the Hill and lost. Since then, he's been in 2v2, and he's doing fine there. But if they can get him going, Light and Yuya, Icelaw, Benzer, Light, Yuya, that's King of the Hill plus some. That's a good, solid foundation for this team.
Exactly what you need for playoffs. Best of 5.
Exactly. So just to confirm today's results, Talon took apart WEDGM, Nova took apart Fav Gaming, and Kicks just took apart TTG. I don't like to use the same word 3 times, but I'll use it today. I mean, we saw Elsiop and Little Chen just dominate today, but overall, look at that. Ponos 5-1, Talon 4-2 now, Nova 4-2, Kicks 4-2, Team Timing 3-3, TTG 2-4, Fav 1-5, WEDGM 1-5. What a turnaround this season for Kicks, for Talon. I mean, this is not the table I was expecting to see after this far in the season. Next week, Talon versus Fav, Timing versus TTG, WEDGM against Nova. It's gonna be an interesting week next week.
Lots of big matchups, and also round 2 does happen right after round 1. And following that, this is a Sunday's matchup. Ponos Kicks. Wow. Like, they're gonna be fighting on Volcano, man.
Then TTG, WEDGM. And then what was the last one? I missed it.
Lots of great matches. I have it somewhere, but I just don't have it at the moment.
We'll
have it. We'll have it next week.
You'll find it on Twitter. It'll be up there somewhere. I mean, what a day we have had. We've had Elsiop continue to show that he is a clutch player for Nova. We've had Benzer resurrected from the dead.
That's right.
Just Talon doing Talon things and winning when you don't expect them to. A quality day of Clash Royale.
Also,
today.
Little Chen coming back to a stronger line, who seemed to be the weakest link, but actually not. So Nova proving all of a sudden they have power gears, their battery sources everywhere around the field.
One of the most solid cores of a team. Nova is just so good. But guys, join us next week. We'll be back for some more Clash Royale League East action. See you next time.